Man, it's already been 3 months since I subbed one.
Hello. Hi, Dragon. Thank you for the resub. I can't believe it's been 3 months. That's crazy. It is stream time. And I turn the game sound on. But we'll get those sub badges one day. Okay, I ate ramen. I made sure dinner was prepared longer ago, not 5 minutes before I started streaming. Okay. Don't yell at me. I have some little chocolate snackies. I maxed out her Surf Thunder's friendship rank, so I thought we'd pull up Aponia and her cute outfit that I got, where they're just, you can just see where the nipples are. You can just see where the nipples are on there. It's crazy. We have one Gamba. We have one supply, dorm supply. We got EXP. Nice. Alicia's on the fucking battlesuit supply, cause she wishes to mock me. She wishes to mock me. I think I bought the things. I bought that shit. Hey, look, it's Siegfried. Cleopatra. I don't think she dressed like that. I think she had a rerun a couple of months ago for her too, so it's like, damn. I still don't have enough to get Sushang. I need more. I'm so close. So close, yet so far. So, I spent the last couple days catching up on Honkai Star Rail story. And I finished that last night. By last night, I mean 3 a.m. And then I went to bed. So Star Rail delivered emotional damage. Yes, I'm all caught up. Waiting for that next patch. Emotional damage was delivered to me by Honkai. I expect more emotional damage. I think I grabbed Susanna. Happy game! I grabbed Susanna with some asterite. I am slowly accumulating Kira and Prometheus very slowly. And also Wolf's Dawn. I've almost got Wolf's Dawn. I don't know what the fuck happened there. But I got 38 out of 40 pieces for her. And surely I will one day obtain Silver Wing Grania. Thank you for the Bleh. Thank you for the follow, Tristan. Ugh. I just paused to check and hydrate. Thank you. Yes, Elle, I'm gaming, but you're not allowed to be here. I told you that. Cause spoilers. Thank you for the resub, Elle. I very much appreciate it. Now go hide away from spoilers. You can go marry Otto on in your own game, thank you. We're busy looking at hot girls at the moment, though. Like, damn. She's got big boobs. Hello, Duke. It's been such a long time. It's been like 10 whole minutes. She got the cake, she got the titty. Like, damn. This is a really cute outfit, though. I really like it. Her default outfit is none. I don't know where she got the boob socks, but you know, we must prepare ourselves for the emotional damage. So part of me is tempted to buy this box, but it costs real money. But Kiana, though. I shall hydrate, thank you. Kiana's so pretty. But I will have to wait for her to come back for a rerun. I actually got, last time this was up, I got, probably given away at some point, maybe. I actually got, these, last time, I tried, when I, initially tried to roll on Alicia's bow, because I wanted to do this one, instead of this one, for the extra loot options. I ended up getting both. So I already have Alicia's bow, which is good, because it makes her strong. I also upgraded it to this, but I can't upgrade it anymore because I have to be level 81, and I'm not yet. And I'm trying to get her stigmata. I got one of her stigmata. Not this one. I don't have enough of these, though. Anyways, we should probably start on our auto emotional damage, as long as Elle's gone. Yeah! Emotional damage. I did some of the little side missions that were around off stream. I didn't want to continue the current one because it is in the same location as the story mission, and I don't know if going to that location directly will auto-activate the story, so I didn't want to do that. Oh, I forgot. I was playing a different game, so my brain was like, "This is the buttons," but it was the wrong buttons. It's fine. We're on the correct buttons now. We want to make sure. Yeah, it's the storyline and the side mission are both right here on the bridge, and I don't know, didn't want to, because I figured, yep, go near it, auto activates the cutscene. After over an hour, or like 5 days, of urgent preparations, the platform for the Hersher collision experiment had been set up on a bridge in Coloston. Under a dark, overcast sky, the Hersher of Flame Scion and the third Hersher of Reason had each taken their positions. I'm good, how are you? Kiana, Branya, try to focus your Honkai energy in a straight line so that it collides with the other beam. This experiment will be a new challenge for you two, so please make sure to comply with the instructions at each step. Yes, Saffron. No problem, Mr. Welt. Then I will direct Branya. Fuhua, would you mind doing the same thing for Kiana? Will do. Well, I'm sorry your day sucked. Kiana, use the Edge of Taishin to control your power. Start with the tiniest amount of Honkai energy and gradually increase it. Beam time! Let the Honkai energy flow out slowly, like drops of water gradually forming a small stream. Control the direction of the flow, such that you, Branya, and the experimental core form a straight line. Now, together with Branya, let more Honkai energy flow out. Gradually increase your output. Okay, now. Beam, go! Hersher core liberated! Woo! Oh, thank you. The two equally powerful beams of Honkai energy came in contact with the Hersher of Dominance core, creating an almost perfect collision with no energy leaking. The Hersher of Dominance core, which had not reacted in any previous experiment, began to give off a subtle yet distinct glow. Anti-entropy's recording equipment recorded every energy fluctuation throughout the process. I'm a demon of indeterminate origin. Now, all that was needed was to wait for the results of the data analysis. Hello, Darndal. Congratulations on your experiment success, Kiana. Thanks. This brute force method is also something new for us. It was lucky that we had success on your first try. Yes, Branya hopes that this experience and the experimental results will be useful for everyone in the future. But even if it's not, exploration has value in and of itself. When it comes to resisting Hershers, the experience Shixel has accumulated. In my opinion, the ability to observe Hershers in slow motion like this gives us insights for coordinated combat. You mean you want to fight together with us in the future? Of course. I've been looking forward to it. Before, the Immortal Blades fought alongside the Hersher of Thunder, but due to a lack of understanding between us, the results were not ideal. May... She's probably talking about the incident in Coral Island. To be honest, we've read a 30,000-word incident report at the time. Even the Overseer thought Durandal might be overanalyzing. What is it? A message from the Overseer. I'll take it on the public channel. Otto. Good afternoon, my friends on Hyperion. Good afternoon, Valkyries. Did research on the Hersher core go smoothly? Grandpa. Didn't you say there was no reason to contact us anymore? Oh, don't be so cold, Teresa. Are you still mad at me for killing that clone? You'll have obviously forgiven Rita, but you still hold it against me. She was just doing her job. Anyway, I currently do not have anything I need to discuss with those on Hyperion, but I do have a mission for Shixel's S-rank Valkyries. Does it have to do with that journey you mentioned? Sharp as always, Durandal. That's right, I've already made all the necessary preparations. I just need a little help from you and Rita. Right. Other members of Immortal Blades, you can stay there and continue to assist my granddaughter. She will be taking over the Shixel Overseer position shortly, after all. It'll be great if everyone gets familiar with the work ahead of time. How to put this? For the vast majority of us, this is the last time you'll hear from me. I'll be hitting the road soon. Is Mr. Welt also on the line? I'm really sorry that I didn't let you guys enjoy Thanksgiving that year in New York. What a dick. All these years I've wanted to apologize to you. I've even wanted to kneel down at a monument and weep to express my regret. But after all these years, I'm guessing you don't want me to do anything pretentious like that. This is what you wanted to say to me before you hit the road? What else should I say? To give another example, do you think K423 also wants me to apologize? Call her by her name, you piece of shit! Since you are all so flawless and heroic, I didn't think you would be so petty. Overseer, let's not discuss whether there's a problem with what you said. Herrscher of the Void. No, Herrscher of Flame Zion. She has a name, and it isn't K423. It's Kiana Kazlana. Okay, Kiana Kazlana. That's fine, after all. The real owner of that name became like that 10 years ago. Teresa, it seems that you want to say something. Relax, Teresa. You don't have to say it if you don't want to. Your grandpa has done a lot of things that don't make sense. He knows this well. You might find that some shocking things will happen soon. When they happen, you will probably think your grandpa is not someone worth remembering. Just remember that the positives and negatives are both important. What do you mean? Your journey bring about? You'll know soon enough, so I don't need to explain here, but don't worry. Those events will not pose any threat to you. Durandal, Rita, come to the Morning Glow Overlook on Kazana Street to give me a report. I need you to take one final shift. For the rest of you, I bid you farewell. Blonde-haired Overseer promptly cut off the communication link, leaving everyone speechless. That despicable old fool. Can't he talk like a normal person? If Mophead hadn't covered my mouth, I would have given him a piece of my mind. Tesla, use those excuses to provoke us. But if he is really going to walk away like this, why would he want to provoke us? So you're saying that he might still have some plans for us? Would explain that disgraceful speech of his today, but what does he gain by provoking us, and even provoking those around him? How does it help him achieve his goals? And the goals that he claims to have also raise some doubts. He really just wants to go to a parallel universe to search for another Colin. And one would assume, forgive me for this, Madame Teresa, that he would be satisfied by successfully cloning Colin, and he wouldn't even need to leave this world. So keep in mind what Nagamitsu said, that free will is unchanging. There is only one choice that was made. Seems she was suggesting a contradiction. Nagamitsu was still here, we could ask for her opinion. After all, she participated in a lot of spatial experiments for Shixel. She believed that Overseer would use the second divine key to leave this world. She also thought that, just as Otto said, it wouldn't impact us in any way. But he is the Overseer. Maybe technical staff believe he doesn't lie. But I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Maybe we can learn something from the awakening of the Herrscher of the Void. So, are you guys really going to obey his orders and go report to him? We'll just have to see what happens. Maybe it's a trap. But if we don't go see for ourselves, we may be susceptible to hidden threats. Everyone calm down. Overseer doesn't represent the entire Shixel organization anymore. From the moment he announced his resignation, Madame Teresa's position also needs to be taken into consideration. Yes, at least I can guarantee that the Immortal Blades won't regard you as enemies again. But you guys need to be careful as well. As soon as Otto discovers that he can't manipulate you anymore, he may do something cruel. You're talking about Rihanna, right? You know that name? Yes, I have a friend who told me her story. I knew she once wielded Abyss Flower, and I know the basics of her relationship with Anti-Entropy. Rihanna is a good person. When she and I worked together, reminded me of the relationship between you and Rita.
I was just that at the time. It was just that at the time, I didn't make friends easily. I didn't get to know her that well. She's a warrior and a true Valkyrie.
You knew her. You should have known what kind of degenerate the Overseer is.
Overseer really went too far against anti-entropy. It was one of Strixel's darkest moments. Okay, let me look at it. Those events in the past don't have much relevance to our situation now. Durandal, Rita, if you think going to meet up with my grandfather is the right choice, the Hyperion crew won't stop you. But you must be careful. Yes, we will be extremely cautious. It is the crafty auto-apocalypse, so everyone needs to be on guard and plan for the worst. We'll be on high alert. Let's hope for the best. You can do it. You're Strixel's strongest S-rank Valkyries. Thank you. I also believe in you, Herrscher of the Messiah.
Yeah!
Woo! Over that way.
Up the elevator. Whee. Whee. Time to touch thing. Kick his butt. Get back here. Stop pulling this bullshit. Get over here! You piece of shit. Okay, I need you to come over here. I can't even fucking hit you. Stop! Stop being stuck on the wall! Okay, I need you to stop being annoying. This is just cheating. He's just cheating at this point. I want to get this. There we go. Okay. It's Sushan. What is up?
Miss Lee, You're here too. Why not just calling him by my name? It makes me nervous when you're overly polite like that. Li Susheng sized up Durandal and Rita's rather serious expressions. She realized that their understanding of the Raksha's plan was a bit lacking. So Overseer really didn't tell you about it. No wonder he wanted me to stay away from you and the crew of Hyperion. It seems he wanted to keep it secret from us until the final moment. It seems that things have gotten a little more complicated than I imagined. Well, the S-rank Valkyries are gathered here now. Just yesterday, he talked to me about all kinds of strange things. Like the imaginary tree, higher dimensional space, and directional fractures. Seems like his plan is also related to time. He probably made the bizarre events in the town possible himself. Did he tell you why he did all these things? I kind of knew it from the beginning, or you can say I felt it 500 years ago. Shixel once had a Valkyrie worshipped as the Holy Maid, right? Colin Kazlana, the Overseer's childhood sweetheart. Li Susheng paused for a few seconds. How can I put it? The way he missed her made even me feel lonesome. Long ago, in the desert, he'd sit there day and night alone. You should know how it feels. So, you think he's being serious? He's setting up everything here to bring Colin Kazlana back to life? Is it the way he expresses himself that makes you feel he's insincere? He's been dead serious about it all along. And the reason why he woke me up from the deep slumber was exactly that. His plan had entered the final phase. Miss Lee, are you saying the fact that the Overseer awakened you indicates he's found a reliable way to revive the Holy Maid who died 500 years ago? Yeah. After all, that's what he promised me. Promise? You know, I was badly wounded in an event 500 years ago, and my wounds were almost impossible to heal back then. The Overseer put me to sleep so that he could have more time to figure out how to heal me. Putting everything he did aside, he saved my life, and that's a fact. Before I went to sleep, when he asked me when I wished to be woken up, out of curiosity, I didn't say when humanity had conquered Honkai. Instead, I chose when he had fulfilled his wish. Back then, I did wish to see his dream come true with my own eyes. Which is to say, the Overseer is very confident now about realizing his lifelong dream. Just to be absolutely sure, Rita changed her wording and asked the question again. I guess people probably would get hurt for it. Just like what happened with the Hersher of the Void. Are you going to stop him? No. Sorry, but I can't break my promise to him. Besides, he's kept his word. Couldn't have left me alone and kept me asleep forever. But then again, if you wish to stop him, I won't stand in your way either. That's not my business. Are you saying you will stay neutral no matter what happens later? Well, not necessarily. I'd fight for him once, just once, and after that, we're even. But you'd still be a Shixo Valkyrie, Miss Lee. You're right. By that time, I'd help you clean up the mess left by him if I can. He surely will leave a big mess behind, won't he? After the experiment on the Hersher of the Void, it took us 3 months to deal with minor Honkai events across the globe. Yes, her awakening was inevitable. But we're also clear that everything started with the Overseer's plan, the fact that he needed her power. You don't want the same thing to happen again, right? Of course, the mission of Shixel is to wipe out Honkai, and none of us has forgotten that. Perhaps we need to study Honkai before we can destroy it, but we're Shixel, not anti-entropy or world serpent. We can never turn a blind eye to the costs of the so-called progress. I believe you're sincere in not using this as a pretty excuse. I believe, from your perspective, this is proof that you are you. But every individual has a free soul, and for the others, their proof might be drastically different. I've only known this world for a few months, but it's long enough for me to learn you can both be alike and different. Perhaps it's exactly the differences in ideas that created such a diverse, cruel, yet beautiful world. Anyway, I'm in no position to stand in your way, but you shouldn't expect my resolve to be swayed either way. As long as this resolve brings competition and trial instead of hatred and destruction, it wouldn't be so bad, right? I guess. Men are born to be different, and we can't ask everyone to think and act the same. Besides, there isn't a single standard for judging what's right and wrong. So you believe it's best for everyone to stick to their values. My master used to say, if everyone was the same, why would we need to learn martial arts? The world moves around through clashes and collisions among individuals, and in return it shapes us into who we are. Those who do not adhere to their principles are unworthy in my master's eyes. But she seems to be an exception herself. No adherence is her adherence. Anyway, I wish to get to the bottom of the Overseer's plan. You won't stop me, right? No, I won't, even though I did wish to see his dream come true 500 years ago. But that's no reason for me to get between you. Of course, if you've made up your mind, you should be prepared. After all, no matter what his plan entails, it represents the sum of all his obsessions over the past 500 years. I know. Alright, that's everything I have to say. Let's go and find him. After all, we don't know what arrangements he has for us, right? Hey Vic, how are you doing? If you're not already doing so, you should go follow Alkovic. She's a cool streamer. She plays a bunch of horror games. Let's go. Oh, he's fucking right here. Very far. Walked very far. Greetings, my dear S-rank Valkyries. All silent? Alright, maybe you're indeed speechless to my hologram. But in case something I did recently rattled you, permit me then to apologize. After all, as someone who's about to leave this world, I may appear overly dramatic. Sorry, my Valkyries. Please forgive my last mischief. So you're indeed headed to another world. Please allow me to ask, what's the price? The price. Yes, everything comes with a price. But I'd like to correct a small error first. I'm leaving this world, but strictly speaking, I'm not going to another. My destination is the other side of the world, where different worlds border and where time can be redefined. Can you speak common language? I had no idea what you intend to do the last time you told me. Alright, an analogy, perhaps. Say we're walking on a beach. We leave a trail of footprints which remind us of where we came and how far we've covered. But compared to the footprints on the beach, there are other things less distinguishable. Imagine a garden with many trails. Bro, you were already in one analogy. Don't switch to another. Every trail branches out into new and smaller trails. When you turn back, you see all your footprints wiped out. Now that we've envisioned such a garden, we can allow it to represent something more abstract. Time. In the Garden of Time, branched out trails lead to infinite futures. And when we consider all the trails collectively, we'd realize it's a tree that grows and expands forever, its roots and crown. The tree doesn't exist in any dimension we can get in touch directly, hence we call it the imaginary tree. The pioneers once told me there were numerous parallel universes on the tree, from which numerous me can be observed. Indeed, but the tree functions in a way far more complicated than parallel universes. Remember what I said? Time branches out on the imaginary tree. We put this fact in perspective. We'd realize if we can somehow find a way to move freely on the tree, we can make time flow backwards. But in reality, we've never heard time can be made to flow backwards. Sure, because it's difficult. You've heard the competition between the imaginary tree and the Sea of Quanta, right? The competition defines the direction of time flow, which is the fundamental difference between time and other dimensions. If time cannot be turned back, how can you make it flow the other way around? I can't. No one can. But from another angle, time is but the direction of growth for the imaginary tree. Nothing more. So if we can manipulate the tree itself, it won't be hard to choose the location where the world grows. What do you mean? Instead of controlling time, you want to control the world? The reason why we can sense the flow of time is that our growth is in accordance with that of the imaginary tree. On the other hand, if we somehow manage to turn back the growth point of the imaginary tree 500 years ago, this way the world from 500 years ago can give up our present moment and the future that has turned history, begin to evolve again based on its own time. Give up? Evolve again? And then what will happen to our world? Nothing. Speaking from the result, the effect is mutual. You will still exist, and your environment will remain the same. That contradicts my common sense. Of course there's a price to pay, but that doesn't concern you in any way. Alright, so much about explanation. Now I require all of you to perform some simple duties. I need you to guard the area between Morning Glow Overlook and Danny Trail, keeping everyone out, including Teresa. Why? I need to do something very delicate to the imaginary tree. You know how easily I am misunderstood, so I don't want any disturbance while I'm at it. But Li Sushang, you'll cover the Morning Glow Overlook and the Shariak Bridge. Rita, you'll cover the Holy Maiden Square, the Alp Street, and the Danny Trail. I'd help you if necessary. Norandel, you'll stay mobile and get ready for any uncertainty. You're now dismissed. The former Shixel Overseer cut off communication curtly, regardless of Durandel's questions. Welcome, Raiders! I hope you guys had a fun time. Thank you for raiding Stola. I hope you had my ability to talk just disappeared. I hope you had a fun time with your Genshin. Himeko the Firestarter, welcome on in. That's quite the name. And thank you for the follow. On the one hand, he did need more time to finish a crucial step in his plan. On the other hand, he was also waiting for an opportunity, one that would minimize the cost of his plan. You got called us soon? Very interesting. And that remained elusive to the Shixel S-rank Valkyries yet. It was best they were kept in the dark. I am not going to agree or disagree. I shall stay neutral in this conflict between streamer and chat. You did the meme? What's this meme? I gotta go see now. Oh, it's a video. I'm not gonna watch that. It'll people will hear it on the stream. They don't need to present this, the other person's shame live on my stream. Just walk off that cliff. Yep. I am doing okay, Admiral. I hope you are also doing well. Took about an hour before the data from the Hersher collision experiment was roughly processed. The imaginary singularity of the Hersher of Dominance does have a ring-shaped structure. Very small one, though. Nagamitsu predicted that, due to the theater of domination, the singularity might have leaked to extra dimensions. Given the leakage, the data still doesn't add up. Mophead, check the figures yourself. By Planck length, the ring's diameter is measured in 10 orders of magnitude. Confidence interval 4 standard deviations. Huh? 10 orders of magnitude? Yeah, even the first Hersher singularity, which is only the size of a nucleus, is measured in 20 orders of magnitude. The disparity is in 10 orders of magnitude, which is 10 billion-fold. No level of leakage can accomplish this result. Unless its Hersher power is only effective in extra dimensions. Staying neutral is an option in this situation. Only effective in extra dimensions. But how is that possible? It can at least control the puppet strings and infuse the puppets with a portion of its power. Dr. Tesla, has it ever occurred to you that... What is it? Don't keep me hanging in the air. Before we ran the collision experiment, the Herrscher of Dominance's power might have collapsed into extra dimensions. I mean, someone might have meddled with the Herrscher power and rendered it only effective in extra dimensions. There's only one person capable of that. Damn it, he played us again. Inform Teresa and let her know Otto has stolen the Herrscher of Dominance's power. It's all messed up. 1830, Saturday, October 14th, 2017. For the first time, the Hyperion crew realized the danger in their trip to Schicksal. Cutscene! Oh. Oh no, there's a bunch of him. I knew it! I knew this was gonna happen because the next time On showed me there would be a bunch of autos. The playwright wrote, things bad begun make strong themselves by ill. What? I did one Gamba earlier. We had a single dorm card. I didn't really get anything. Congratulations on getting first, Admiral. The writer wrote, a person doesn't die when he should, but when he can. I'll get that hydrate. I don't know, some people die when they should. Some people don't. The poet wrote, round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. Thanks, gay! Just yeeted me off a cliff. I got yeeted. Yeet. This is a big yeet. Big. Button. Oh, it's Branya time. 1835. Aboard aerial battleship Hyperion. Warning, abnormal readings detected at 100. Estimated over 100 unknown life forms. 1 o'clock. Why did I say 100? Warning, all infrared readings from target organisms are consistent with Schicksal Overseer Auto-Apocalypse. All legends have been started. Awaiting orders. I am familiar with Bailu. I have her in Starbale. Hyperion cannon fully charged. Awaiting orders. Radar team, comms team, please continue to monitor the situation. Engine team and weapons team, please stand by and be prepared for combat at any time. Madam Teresa, we're receiving a signal from an unknown external source. Establish contact. I was expecting this. Protocol confirmed. Broadcast initiated. Auto Cyborg! All Schicksal and non-Schicksal personnel deployed to Colliston, please remain in place and stand by until further notice. If you leave your current position without permission, you will be responsible for the consequences. Is that an autoclone? They operate like robots. Please don't waste everyone's time, Puppet. I want to communicate with the real Auto-Apocalypse. Illegal request. Protocol does not exist. Returning to initial protocol. Continuing broadcast. All Schicksal and non-Schicksal personnel deployed to Colliston, please remain in place and stand by until further notice. If you leave your current position without permission, you will be responsible for the consequences. So what? The plot was exposed, so you hide somewhere and close the door on us? He usually does stuff like this when he's up to something. Finds a way to delay us until it's too late to stop him. Disgusting. He stole the powers of the Herrscher of Dominance right in front of us. What is that rascal planning now? I don't know, but to be safe, we'd better head out immediately and find him ourselves.
I think I have C2 by Lou.
Just as Fu Hua said, if we delay now, we'll be doing exactly what he wants us to. Wow, nice analysis, my dear granddaughter. Seems like you've matured a lot while you were away. What, you're surprised with the switch in transmissions? I would at least think those two anti-entropy doctors wouldn't be surprised. After all, you saw it before 60 years ago, didn't you? You're a disgrace! Don't get angry, Dr. Tesla. What I'm going to do next will be extremely beneficial for all of you. Beneficial? Oh, right, I can't wait to hear what overconfident nonsense you have to say. Overconfident? Indeed, when it comes to this, there may be no one more confident than myself. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to celebrate the future of humanity. To achieve this goal, I will sacrifice myself. On the imaginary tree, I strove to give humanity another 500 years, to give you enough time to stop Honkai. What? 500 years? Well, looks like my dear granddaughter has realized something. Yes, in my overconfident view, these 500 years are nothing more than a byproduct. I remember that I said not long ago, I will soon set off on the last part of my journey to the other side of the world, seek the soul existence. I will erase 500 years of history from this time branch, turn the world to a state in which Colin Castellano was still alive. Of course, there is no need to worry that your own existence will be erased. All of you who have come to Coloston today, no matter what position you hold, Auto Apocalypse will protect you from the time currents. And once you are in the past, you will certainly be able to help the Holy Maid realize her ideals. Hey, has this Shixel Overseer finally lost his mind? What are you babbling about? Time reversal? Putting aside questions of how it could be technically done, you think we don't know how much energy it would theoretically require? Well, what if I told you I had reached an agreement with the entity known as the Will of Honkai?
That seems like a bad idea. Just saying.
And what if I said the cost would be time flowing through the imaginary tree, or the present itself? You don't believe I have such an agreement? Just patiently wait for 12 hours in the Hyperion, and you'll see what happens. Sounds like you're giving us one last opportunity to challenge you in the final 12 hours. Oh, typical Dr. Einstein, you can really keep a cool head. That's right, I'm willing to give you all an opportunity. If you don't approve of my methods, then come to that church we were at before, and beat me into submission. Of course, under these circumstances, my loyal subordinates would be in town, trying to stop you. From my own perspective, I don't wish for any of you to see combat. You're simultaneously provoking us, while hoping that we hold back. Why? Seems you're desperate to find flaws in what I'm saying, Doctor. That's no good. All you need to know is that if I succeed, the world will have an extra 500 years with which to defend against Honkai. And the cost is nothing more than letting ordinary people, aside from those few present here, revert to the state they were in before they were born.
There is no state. Most of them didn't exist. They weren't even a twinkle in their grandpa's eye because their grandpa didn't exist either.
As for this message itself, you should understand it is me giving you all an opportunity. An opportunity for a fair fight. I get it. I'll give you the fight you asked for. Good. That is truly excellent, my dear granddaughter. Your reaction is even better than I anticipated. Why don't you do what you did last year and take action, Teresa? I'll be waiting for you patiently. It's at 537 Church. Goodbye. The former overseer was back to his old tricks. Once again, as soon as he had conveyed his intentions, he cut off communication. Bracing time and history, reaching an agreement with the Will of Honkai, giving 12 final hours, it was all more than anyone imagined. I want to confirm one thing, Dr. Einstein, Dr. Tesla. What is it? The Will of Honkai. Do we know anything about such an entity? Unfortunately, from a technological standpoint, we don't. Have a good night, Admiral. Well, although the Herrscher of Reason Corps blocked communication between Walt and the will of Honkai, allowing him to become the Herrscher who fights for humanity. The downside is that Anti-Entropy lost their only opportunity to research the will of Honkai. I see. That is to say, in our current situation, we'll have to take his word for it. That's one way of putting it. Although I don't want to admit it, I'm afraid that's the truth. Damn, we know perfectly well that he's leading us along. Sometimes this kind of thing happens on the battlefield. There's no commander on the planet who has the ability to decide the strategy all the time. Sometimes one gets forced into a decisive battle. Let's go. We can order everyone to assemble on the way. At the same time, we can discuss tactics. After Hyperion was put on the highest level of alert, the previously quiet passageways were filled with tension and noise. But among all the clamor, the loudest noise was still Dr. Tesla's booming voice. What? Splitting up our troops? Doesn't that negate our advantage? We'll be facing strong enemies this time. I'll have to approach cautiously and assess the situation. Hey, in my opinion, the reason that guy emphasized 12 hours is that he wants to delay us. We should concentrate all of our firepower in one area. Once preparations on the Hyperion are complete, let's take the shortest path, break through, and seize the church. This isn't a game, Dr. Tesla. When we blow up the Shixel staff, we're still in town. Besides, we still don't know what Otto has up his sleeve. Actually, jumping into a battle might have risks that we can't even anticipate. Huh? Didn't he lose the powers of the Herrscher of Dominance? If we beat the real Herrscher of Dominance, how can we be afraid of a fake one? Don't forget, Dr. Tesla, that man's name is Otto Apocalypse. He's made us suffer more times than the beans you need to make a strong cup of coffee. What do you think, Teresa? Don't pay too much attention to Mophead. You're the commander, so the tactical decisions are ultimately up to you. Dr. Tesla, I actually support Dr. Einstein's idea. Oh. Currently, we've only detected the behavior of those holding clones, but they aren't just puppets of the enemy. Now we have no difficulty coping with the Herrscher of Dominance's power, but whether it's the tendencies of S-rank Valkyries or the enemy reaching agreement with the will of Honkai is completely unknown to us at the moment. That being the case, our operation has to be divided into two phases. In the first phase, we should divide our troops so that we can fight and do recon at the same time. That way we can better understand the situation. In the second phase, we can concentrate our firepower once again and launch a strong and steady attack on the enemy. A blitzkrieg strategy needs to be supported by large amounts of intelligence, and intel is exactly what we're lacking right now. In other words, the strategy you suggested is too risky at the moment, Dr. Tesla. Okay, you have your reasons. I'll drop another plan in accordance with Teresa's two-phase strategy. It just so happens that our engineering division has something that we can put to good use. After receiving Teresa's communication, Hyperion's frontline combat personnel gathered at the specified location within 5 minutes. Kiana, Branya, Fuhua, Sela, Rosalia, and Lilia all awaited orders with solemn expressions. Everyone, we don't have much time, so I'll keep this short. Before I announce the plan, I need to bring everyone up to speed on 2 things. First, according to Otto's statement, he's reached an agreement with the will of Honkai, which will allow him to force the time reversal. He's planning to return the world outside Coloston to the state it was in 500 years ago, giving the Holy Maid Colin a second chance at life. Second, not long ago, anti-entropy scientists determined that Otto somehow managed to steal the powers of the original Herrscher of Dominance. He used the Herrscher of Dominance powers to integrate and control the clones currently surrounding the Hyperion. Due to the 2 points I just mentioned, I'm planning to divide Hyperion's first-line troops into 3 groups. Group 1, made up of Branya, Sela, Rosa, and Lily, will advance along the road on the opposite bank towards St. 537 Church, where Otto is located. Roger. We'll also determine a suitable area for Dr. Tesla to install the Spartacus system based on the readings sent back from your detectors. The Spartacus system limits the power of the Herrscher of Dominance by broadcasting a jamming signal. Based on the readings you automatically send back, we'll choose a suitable place for the transmitter. One less thing for you guys to worry about. To be precise, that will be the response of Group 3. All you have to do is make sure the detectors you carry are working normally. Rosa and Lily, you don't have a lot of combat experience. If you run into trouble, you can stay back in a support role. Don't force yourself to do something you feel uncomfortable with. Got it. We'll comply with Ciela and Bronya's plan. Nods. Okay, that's it for Group 1. Now let's discuss the mission of Group 2. Group 2 will be made up of Kiana and Fuhua. You'll set off shortly, advancing up the road on the south side of the river. Seize control of the bridge upstream. Then you'll quickly press on to St. 537 Church and scout out the situation. When this is going on, Group 1 can help you attract the attention of the enemy. Also, just like Group 1, the detectors you carry with you will signal back to Dr. Tesla, helping her find a suitable location from which to broadcast the jamming signal. Understood. Prior to Group 1, Group 2 needs to be quicker in their assault on the enemy headquarters and rapidly assess the situation. Therefore, don't get too caught up in fighting, even though we need someone to keep advancing in divided assaults like this. Yes, Principal. Next is the third group, made up of myself, the two anti-entropy doctors, and the Hyperion logistics crew. We will install and upgrade the Spartacus system and do our best to block the transmission mechanism of the Herrscher of Dominance. We'll also serve as a base supporting the attack. Is everyone clear about the plan? We encounter Otto himself. What do you recommend we do, Principal? Try to delay him as long as possible and wait for reinforcements. At least according to his threat, we have 12 hours to stop him. Got it. Any other questions? Okay, if not, let's get started. Off to battle. Perfect timing. We'll take a little bathroom and water break while the game has trouble loading. See you in a few minutes.
Hello, I return. I'm going to do another thing. Okay. Okay. Yep. Up. Up. Yeah. Back to game. Man, she's just fucking dying, huh? Yay, go to Overlook.
The first objective. That place will do.
They really should have changed some of the angles for that, because why would you wish to show off the endless void? Oh, I think what's happening? Auto clones! Here, kill him! Get beaten up by Colin. I literally just fought enemies game. Yeah. We killing them all. Oh.
Try to stay focused, Sela. This is combat. Being distracted for even a moment could be fatal. Oh, I know. But the buildings here are all beautiful. If one got destroyed, I would feel awful. This is the old Chixel HQ, a place awash in evil and suffering. Rania thinks Sela's safety is more important than protecting it. But the buildings are innocent, right? People who designed, built, and maintained them must have put in a lot of effort.
Sela, now is not the time to worry about building.
The majority of people who lived here probably had nothing to do with Chixel's dark side. They just diligently went about their work. Like the garden over there. It looks like it was once meticulously maintained. The owner must have loved this place. And even though this road is dusty now, you can tell it was once well kept. People must have really liked living here. They come back years later and finally rubble. They would surely be very sad. I don't want to destroy the place where they have so many memories. I think everyone's memories are worth preserving. Typical Sela. Rania understands. Rania will try to avoid directly targeting the buildings in battle, and she'll remind Rosa and Lily as well. Sorry, was I being too stubborn? No, Rania thinks that Sela has a point. Admittedly, being protective in battle can lead to some difficulties, but at the same time, it's the source of our strength and our greatest asset. So on this basis, I'll reevaluate our tactical objectives. We'll be the first team to advance, and our initial objective is to serve as a distraction and to attract the enemy's firepower, creating an opportunity for Group 2. We're planning to take an indirect route from City Hall to the church. The more commotion, the better. The more enemies we attract, the better. At the same time, we'll collect data from the area where enemies are concentrated to help Group 3 determine the best location to install the Spartacus system. That's right. Once that phase is complete, we'll make the church our objective, along with Group 2. Hopefully we'll get there at the same time and start the final battle against Otto. I hope everything goes smoothly. When our actions are so obvious, won't the enemy realize our intentions? It is indeed a transparent strategy, but given our current strength, it's our most reliable option. And even if the enemy can see through our plan, as defenders, they can only respond as usual. I see. It sounds like Principal and Bronya have given this a lot of thought. Winning a battle before it begins is the only way to ensure victory. Now let's go out there and cause some chaos. Yeah.
Yeah, chaos! Chaos! Yeah.
Why does everyone seem so serious? Isn't it good to stay calm so we can focus on fighting? Anya's usually quiet, but what's with Rosa and Lily? Don't mind them. A couple of kids without any experience in a real battle. They must just be scared. I should take care of them. Rosa, Lily, don't be afraid. Bronya and I have been in a lot of battles like this. There's no need to be nervous. We just need to keep our cool and help each other out, and we'll overcome this. Dangerous enemy appears, Bronya and I will protect you and make sure you don't get hurt. So don't be afraid, just fight like you normally do in training. You two are outstanding, I know that much. You should believe in yourselves. Shakes her head. Siva, actually it's not like that.
Shakes her head vigorously.
Huh? Are you not feeling well, Rosa? No, we didn't bring a medical kit. Should we contact the doctors?
Shakes head until dizzy.
Rosa made herself dizzy. Can I talk now, Lily? There aren't any outsiders here, so it's fine, I guess. I can't stand it anymore. I can finally talk. What do you mean, you can finally talk? Lily told me that I had to keep my mouth shut the whole time. Lily said that since everyone was so serious, we also had to stay serious. But if I couldn't do it, I had to stop talking completely. Because Rosa can kill the vibe just by opening her mouth. What? You just don't understand me. I'm your elder, more than 10 minutes older than you, so I'm obviously much more mature. I just wanted to say that even though I don't understand all that nonsense about tactics, we just need to go out and kick their butts. I could beat this Otto character with a single hand. You could at least start by remembering the enemy's name. I don't think there's anything wrong with Lily's judgment. Maybe.
They're just being energetic children's. Touch. How awesome I am. Whoa, enemies, where? Sounds like they're nearby. It must be an ambush.
That's our own clone device, Rosa Idiotka. Stay there. Don't move. Huh? Roger. Is that okay? A little unstable, and my feet are a bit numb. Holding the sword is getting tiring. Rosa, you don't need to stay in that weird pose. They're playing red light, green light. Huh? We're not? Dr. Tesla just made us hold our position. She didn't say you couldn't move a muscle. Did you even stop breathing just now? No. Why would I do that? The data was gathered successfully. In a while, we'll be over to set up the jamming device. You guys continue to advance and see if there's any other suitable locations. Based on my experience, there will likely be one where the enemies are most concentrated. Hey, relax and leave it to Rosalia. As long as I'm here, the battle will be a breeze. You didn't do anything. The hero doesn't show their full strength until the end. This is just a demonstration for you. Hey, Rosa, wait for me. Let's catch up to those two, Branya. Huh? Oh, are you smiling just now, Branya? Branya was a little moved watching Rosa and Lily just now. Those two remind me of Kiana and Branya when they had just entered St. Freya. Back then, Kiana was a happy-go-lucky, silly girl, fell asleep in class or skipped it completely. She always failed her tests, got into trouble, and annoyed May. Branya just thought she was annoying and was always finding faults with her. But she challenged Branya, and of course Branya couldn't refuse. Branya never expected her to take it that seriously. Although she never beat Branya, she never gave up. She challenged me again and again. Hannah seemed too energetic, so I thought she would get into trouble by herself. So I stuck with her and tried to correct her behavior. Yeah, that went well. Hannah was just a bit too wild and made some outrageous mistakes. But whenever she did, Branya would ruthlessly point out her errors. In the end, we gradually warmed up to each other and frequently worked together. As a result, it became two people's mess instead of just one, and the principal was left to deal with the consequences. Even now, I think it's an unimaginable way to make friends, but Branya doesn't mind. That's pretty much fate, isn't it? You could say we were doomed to know each other. Back then, Branya thought fighting was a lot easier than taking care of Kiana, but now I feel it's the opposite. The world is like this. Everyone grows up and renews themselves. Rosa and Lily are standing on a battlefield already. Now they have much to learn. In the end, they will find their reason to fight. Looking at the two of them, it's like I can see Branya and Kiana from long ago, and I can't help but reminisce about those days. Branya. No worry. Branya knows what you're about to say, Sela. We remember the past to build a better future, right? Branya's so cool, strong and reliable. Sela will study hard. No, Branya also has a lot of weaknesses, but she'll definitely work hard to overcome them for Sela's sake and everyone's sake. But anyway, we really should catch up to those two. Otherwise, there's no telling what kind of crazy stuff they'll do. Okay, this way. Whee! やっぱり地面に足がついてる方が安心だね。もう始まります？審判の時は来た。この列から全てを断ち切る。私の番、文句はないよね。審判の時は来た。喧嘩準備。Wee. 過去にもこの道を歩いた人がいたんだよね。Wee. We running. Hello, children. Hello, my children. What do I do? It seems like it's really broken. Oh, it's all Rose's fault. Told you that it wouldn't work. Liar, just now you said you thought it was a good idea. Yoka must have misheard. When I started to put the signal detector on the sword and spin it around, why didn't you tell me to stop? Because it looked like you were having such a good time. But enough about that, let's figure out how to solve this. How do we solve it? We spun it around to extend its range and collect some more data, then it flew into a wall and broke. When you put it like that, we're definitely gonna get in a lot of trouble. We should say a powerful enemy broke it in the midst of intense combat. What do you think? That's smart, Lily. That's what we'll say. I suddenly feel an urge to go apologize to Principal Teresa right now. In her eyes, the two of us must have looked just like that. Our principal always had to clean up our mess. Bzzz. Don't move, stay there. The badly damaged exterior of the detector vibrated with Dr. Tesla's voice. Everyone awkwardly listened as she talked to herself. And everyone couldn't help but notice that Dr. Tesla was completely oblivious about their situation. Okay, I did it. Nice. In a while we'll go install the other transmitter, which should interfere with those autoclones. Group 2 is almost ready to depart, so you can proceed to the next phase of the battle. From now on, you're on your own. See you at the church. Oh, due to Rosalia's magnificent performance, we finally achieved victory! Rosalia didn't do anything, and we haven't achieved victory. We were close. This time Rosa will deliver the final ultimate. What kind of ultimate? Still deciding. You only just start thinking about it? I should call it Super Spin. How about Wind and Fire Wheel? I'm just thinking about the name. Okay. No need to argue about stuff like this. You have to keep it advancing. There was a subtle change in the atmosphere. Bronya sensed the danger and couldn't help but shiver. Everyone, be careful. It's a bubble! Our opponent is making a move. Barrier shrink? It's definitely a parlor trick and not dangerous. Yeah. Watch out! More sword! We made a tear. Okay. What's this? I feel like there's a familiar smell in the air. I see. It's an invitation. Invitation? We can choose to stay here and try to find a place to survive within this gradually shrinking barrier, or we can accept the invitation and face the one who gave us all this trouble. Regardless, whoever sent this invitation is really hospitable. That is to say, they're not really giving us a choice. Yeah, they prepared it so carefully that they can probably force us to accept the invitation. Bronya can guess who's behind it. Looking at it, I already have an idea. I trust your judgment, Bronya. Rosa, Lily, what about you guys? What? If we go on from here, can we beat the enemies? Lily thinks Rosalia should probably shut up now. So should we count it as unanimous? Be careful, everyone. No, that. We can put on another thing. Yeah. It's crazy. Could this be a bubble? Yes. Nice. We got separated again. Oh, there's no puppet. Dun dun dun. Oh. In keeping with tradition, should I say, welcome to the Theater of Domination? It is you, Rita Waswise. I've been looking forward to this for a long time, Silver Wolf of the Earls. We meet as enemies today. There's no need for the formalities. Please don't say that. My respect for you is genuine, Bronya. That doesn't change despite being on opposite sides. Really, and who vowed that she wouldn't become our enemy? I was being honest when I said that. To be precise, I don't want to be enemies with anyone, regardless of whether it's anti-entropy, or Shixel, Hyperion, or Master Otto. I just want to maintain a neutral position, fulfill my obligations. Forgive me for being blunt, but you don't seem very neutral at the moment. I'm sorry for giving you that impression. After leaving the Hyperion, some things happened which resulted in a slight change in my position. But please relax. I have no intention to harm you. Even the puppets I control are nothing more than keys Master Otto lent to me. They can't move on their own. The real powers of the Hersher of Dominance have already been transferred to Otto. In this theater of domination, there is nothing that will actively hurt you. I can guarantee that if you just wait here for a while, I will respectfully escort you out afterwards. Wait for a while, till the 12 hours Otto mentioned are up, right? You've always been so bright, Bronya. But given the current situation, you may not need to wait that long. Bronya understands correctly. The guarantee you just made depends on us following your plan. What if we decide to leave? Then you'll have to forgive my lack of manners. Unless you are able to change my mind somehow. Umbra Rose will fight hard in her last battle, and won't let you down. When you left this note, I guess you didn't expect this development. You're right. That is a safe way of doing it, isn't it? Of course, such a plan suits you. Staying neutral, finishing Otto's mission without harming us. That way, no matter who wins, you won't face the consequences. But if we fail to stop Otto, everyone in the outside will be annihilated. You don't care about that, do you? You have no scruples about following orders from Otto?
Thank you for the resub, love.
About that, I have no comment. Bronya has reminded me before not to make decisions that let down my comrades. And this is the decision I made. Save your breath.
No, we're talking about Otto, not Luocha.
Save your breath. Bronya will be ordered about and won't change her mind. Bronya will choose her own path and won't be hanging around here.
Yes, Luocha is in Honkai Star Rail, and Otto is from Honkai Impact 3rd. Well, it's the only one so far that it's actually the same person.
Von Rose, no. Shikil S-Rank Valkyrie, Rita Rosswise, wants to stop Bronya. Now's the time to do it. I didn't expect you to give in, Bronya.
I think Luocha's cool, but very sus. He's still very sus, Loaf. He's just not evil. He gets to be innocent until proven guilty. But Otto has already proven himself guilty, so he gets no chance.
I didn't expect you to give in, Bronya. Since you won't be persuaded, show me what you got.
Why is she in control? Because Otto gave her some Herrscher powers. I don't know, he just basically exists and is being his sussy self at the moment. He hasn't done anything since the Cienjo ended. He's not in Penacony so far. That could change. Hiding your new outfit. Quit hiding your new outfit.
That attack was repelled? You'll have to forgive me, Miss Bronya. An ordinary body relying on a battlesuit alone shouldn't be able to block all the attacks from the Herrscher of Reason. She's more accustomed to hand-to-hand combat than Bronya is. She's more experienced and aware, but that doesn't explain it. Bronya senses that she's using a strange power. Where does it come from? That was a good warm-up. Is it time to put our skills to the test, Miss Bronya? Of course, both sides have backup. What else? If we want to get this over with, we can ignore crushing power and surprise moves. Get right down to the basics. This is common sense on the battlefield. I take it you understand, Bronya? And I trust you also have something up your sleeve. To be honest, Bronya wasn't planning to use this. At least not here. I should say I wasn't mentally prepared, didn't have the resolve. But now is not the time to consider such things. Bronya can't stop here, so there's no need to hesitate further. This is Bronya's answer. This time, Bronya will use her full strength to defeat you.
At the same time...
So that's why there was a familiar smell. Theater of domination. Here again.
You've been here too many times. Have you grown accustomed to this place?
No matter how many times I come, I always feel uncomfortable here. Really, I'm used to the air here. This time there are no horrible puppets here making a racket. It's peaceful here, like a little vacation. But if you don't like it, forget it. I'll open up the exit and help you get out. I'm so used to opening the door that it's getting boring. Wait. Huh? Change your mind? You want to go sightseeing first? We can leave easily, but Bronya, Rosa, and Lily can't. We can't leave them here. Since the enemy intentionally split us up, she must know that. Just like the barrier she used to surround us, the enemy must be trying to win without fighting. That's the case. Aren't we doing what she wants if we stay here? What if we get out of here now and head straight for the church? You won't be expecting that. Yeah, that is an option. But before we do that, please give me some time. I want to see if I can get everyone out together. After all, we don't have that many people, so each one is valuable. And plus, I promised Rosa and Lily that I would protect them. I can't break my promise. Okay, we'll do it your way. But if it takes too long and we start to run out of time, I'll force you to go out, and we'll rendezvous with the others at the church. We have to see the big picture, I understand. And keep in mind your own limitations. If you end up in a tricky situation, let me handle it, okay? Yeah, I will. Thanks, Sela. You really... Power, deception, skill. There's only one opportunity to combine these things. You must wait patiently for the perfect moment to achieve victory. But to defeat her, Bronya might need some...
I have a bike! Oh shit, it's the Star of Eden. We were just talking about that.
Was it successful? No, I feel it's...
Correct. Pop.
The simulated stars of Eden are broken. It's a matter of life and death. Stop here, Miss Bronya. Your trick failed. If it weren't for the power of the simulated divine key being slightly diminished, it would have been a commendable attempt. Or did you reduce the power intentionally so no one would get hurt? While wielding the power of the Herrscher of Reason in just a few months, you are really a genius, Miss Bronya. Borrowing someone else's core to become a Herrscher, constantly practicing despite the risks of backfire, you could endure that kind of pain. Mr. Yang has a worthy successor indeed.
Even though you could hear her say wealth, not Yang.
Even though the burden must be a bit too much for Bronya. It's nothing like that. You still have a lot of room for improvement, Miss Bronya. No need to push your limits today. No, actually, Bronya has been hesitating. I did receive the Herrscher of Reason core, but Bronya has always been confused about anti-entropy, about the Herrscher of Reason successor, and about the world. The man called World, the leader and successor of anti-entropy, humanity's protector, Mr. Yang. The burden he bears is more than Bronya can imagine. Bronya saw countless memories in the Herrscher core. Each one was enough to overwhelm an ordinary person. But Mr. Yang has lived with all of them. The more she followed Mr. Yang's training, the more she understood his life, the less certain Bronya became. Is Bronya really qualified to be his successor? Even if Bronya had better control over the powers of the Herrscher of Reason, the weight Mr. Yang bears would be no lighter.
He's got a lot of shit in his brain.
He staggers onward, carrying the world on his shoulders. No matter what difficulties lie ahead, he never gives up and never retreats. Bronya doesn't think she is enlightened enough to carry the whole world, so she only inherited the name of the Herrscher of Reason and gave up the other stuff. But Bronya also understands that it isn't just an escape. Everyone at Anti-Entropy and only Hyperion is too nice to put this out to Bronya. But Bronya can't turn a blind eye to the truth. Because he no longer uses the Herrscher core, Mr. Yang is not nearly as powerful as before. After so many life and death battles, his body is worn out. Despite this, he silently does his duty, allowing Bronya to grow up in peace and choose her own path. When he became the Herrscher of Reason, that was a choice he never had, a dream he never realized, and a future he always longed for. He generously allowed Bronya to have these things instead. Many say he was always like that, putting other people's happiness over his own. Maybe it's as Dr. Tesla says, he's a complete fool. But at least from the perspective of the younger generation, and from the perspective of the Hersher of Reason, Bronya wants to share some of his burden. Bronya can't carry the weight of the world on her own, but she can't help. Not only that, but watching the people around her grow, watching Sela get stronger, watching Kiana mature, allowed Bronya to gradually realize that protecting the world isn't a burden that others impose on you, nor is it determined by circumstance. It's a longing in everyone's heart. It's not because we are strong that we do our duty, but protecting this world that is everyone's home gives us reason to use every ounce of our strength. The first Hersher of Reason, Walt Joyce, was the original Hersher, but he chose to fight for humanity, block the falling stars, and to protect a city. The second Hersher of Reason, Kim Yang, inherited Belt's name. He put his life on the line, time after time, to rescue humanity from crisis. No one asked them to do that. They chose the world, and they chose to stay loyal to the Welt name.
She's being cool. Black holes! Yeah! Hersher of Reason performed her killer move once again. However, within the increasingly distorted gravity field, Rita Rosswise kept dancing around unhindered. Oh, that's really wonderful. You couldn't create a stable simulated divine key, so you just kept making them. Indeed, that's something only the Hersher of Reason could do. But tricks only work once. You've already showed your cards. How will you break the deadlock now? You won't know unless you try. Release gravity pulse. Boom. Ew. Sorry to say this, but it looks like you can't break through Rita's defenses. You've lasted this long by continuously making simulated stars of Eden. You've really proven yourself, Miss Bronya. It's a shame that in the contest of endurance, you can't outlast me. Have you seen the stars crumble? What? Let us see your true power, ninth divine key. Star of Eden, level 0 output. Pseudo black hole unleashed. She's doing the thing. Also, she said the thing with the stars crumbling. Rita Rosswise's sight was completely obstructed by the building pieces raining down from above. The ruins of the theater could not withstand the power of the genius Star of Eden, which was natural. Only that. At the same time, Lily, I still don't understand. What kind of magic is this? Rosa, idiot, God, this isn't magic, it's Honkai energy. Same difference. Honkai energy can explain this? We just teleported from one place to another. It's like magic. That's literally one of the Hersher of the Void's main powers, is teleporting shit. If you don't understand it, then maybe you shouldn't talk so much, Rosa. He doesn't understand either, right? You're not in the line of sight. Rosa, Lily, finally found you. It's Sela. Sela's come to save us. Right, you're both fine. Looks like Bronya's not with you guys. In that case, Bronya might be facing the enemy behind all this. Yeah, I think we'd better go find her. Did you notice? I know, I've been paying attention to the time. We still have some time left. Uh-huh. Oh, earthquake! Earthquake! We're doomed! There's no earth to quake, it's just buildings. Alright, it was me who ate the last piece of cake last night. I need to start confessing things. Wait, it was you? Why would there be an earthquake in the Theater of Domination? Could be that Bronya's in trouble over there? Maybe, but this time we won't be able to go check it out. The Theater of Domination is about to collapse. Collapse? Grab those two little rascals and get out of here.
The town from before. We made it out. Bronya! At the same time, in the collapsed theater of domination. Great job. I didn't expect you had that trick up your sleeve. In this battle, Rita really lost. Although I expected that the deadlock at the beginning was part of the strategy, I didn't think the simulated Divine Key was also a diversion. The real game changer was the ninth Divine Key itself. You focused on destroying the whole theater rather than defeating Rita. It's even more unexpected. I'm sorry for having such contempt for you before, Miss Bronya. His brave and unpredictable moves are not Welt's style, but are the result of Bronya's own intelligence and strength. Bronya's own strength. No, this was inherited from the Hersher of Reason. It's the strength of everyone at Anti-Entropy. The shell of the ninth Divine Key was restored only a month ago. Before that, the restoration hadn't gone smoothly. It wasn't until after the battle with the Hersher of Dominance that Anti-Entropy made it a priority again. When dealing with that Divine Key, everyone was extremely careful and respectful. Bronya thinks that was because the memories attached to it were too grim. But we remember the past to build a better future. Sayla has often said this to Bronya. So Bronya wants to take this as an opportunity to take her own first step. Otherwise, I'll be left behind by Sayla, by Kiana, by May, by everyone. Bronya will never become Welt because Bronya is her own person. But Bronya will carry on her willpower and protect the world in her own way. Yes, you have proven that you're strong enough to take on Otto now. So this is what contempt means? Because we struggled during the battle at the air terminal. We were sure if we're strong enough to fight Otto. We weren't sure. But speaking of that, Bronya didn't expect that even after the theater was destroyed, you still wouldn't show your cards. The Shixel S-rank Valkyrie couldn't help but laugh. The sound of her laugh revealed some frustration, along with a faint sense of unease. Are you talking about this power? It's not that I didn't want to use it, it's that I didn't have time to fully understand its properties. Therefore, I chose to fight you using a method I was more familiar with. I'm not contemptuous of your ability at all. That's really a surprising reason, however you put it. Rita Brostweiss, it seems like you weren't trying to stop Bronya at all, but you took great pains to test Bronya's abilities. What made you so nervous? Why would you say that, Miss Bronya? Bronya doesn't know either. Maybe it's intuition? Well, that's something new. The always calm and rational Bronya talking about intuition. Bronya thinks that rather than stopping or testing Bronya, you anticipated Bronya's maturation, using something as a template. Don't think too much. I did nothing more than fulfilling my duty. This is proper for a servant. Alright. If you are unwilling to say more, Bronya will ask no further. But anyway, this space we're in seems to be a space we would fall into after the Theater of Domination vanished. Would naturally be the Sea of Quanta. Indeed. In this state, I can actually enter and exit freely, but you might be trapped here for a while, Miss Bronya. In my position, I would need to use some indirect means to provide assistance. Don't trouble yourself, because just as you said before, Bronya has trusty companions with her. Bronya! You're here, Sayla. Of course! The Theater of Domination vanished and Bronya didn't come out. I was so scared I didn't know what to do. Luckily, Sayla told me that Bronya might have fallen into the Sea of Quanta. Took me there to look. In the end, you really are... Huh? Miss Rita? It looks like you do have a lot to catch up on. Why not go somewhere else to chat? Then, what about you, Rita? I'll stay here a while longer, till the situation is more stable. Besides, Valkyries who fail a mission have to write a long report. Just let me rest for a while. Short break. I get it. Take care of yourself, Rita. And thank you. Well, we're going to head out. Trusty companions. It's been more than 20 minutes since the signal from Durandal's mobile transmitter disappeared. Although the contingency plan I drew up with Dr. Schrodinger is perfect, being hopeless like this really adds to one's anxiety. Has everything that's happened until now been part of the Overseer's plan? So, when could the end of this be? Why is everyone around me even more annoying than I am?
Damn. But I get you, girl. I'm also very annoying. Time to go punch shit. Cool. I got a new core ability. Where? There's 2 objectives. Whee! Whee! Bro, it died. It was already dead when I pressed the ultimate button. I don't want that. I want this. What is this? Bonus elemental power. I'll put that back on, and then what was the other thing? I think. I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. Summon the elevator so I can go up. Eat a chocolate. It's Kiana. Be just among the filthy too. What? And his own weak person, if he can, must suffer dully all the wrongs of man. Fuhua looked at the piece of paper in her hand. It was a scrap of paper torn crudely from a book, as if someone did not approve of the book's contents. Meaningless scribbles were scrawled in the margins, seemingly the result of someone's kid playing with a pen. And now the worthless page mysteriously ended up in the hand of someone else, as if it was fate. Time's up. Fuhua looked into the distance, letting the wind blow away the scrap of paper. It's time to go find Kiana. Kiana's right here. 2 Kianas. Is it this button? The appearance of Dr. Hustle's new detector made her nostalgic. The white-haired girl suspended the ivory-colored plastic wristband in front of her, examining it carefully. Both sides of the wristband had some soft buttons of the same color, barely noticeable without close inspection. Yeah? Fuhua, ready to go? What are you doing? I'm examining the detector Doctor gave us. Kiana opened her hand to reveal the white wristband. I was just chatting with a staff member while waiting. She told me that besides being a general-purpose detector for anti-entropy, it also has a lot of other functions. Other functions? For example, it can detect the vital signs of whoever is wearing it, analyze your mood, and even compose and play music. Apparently, the song it plays always fits your mood. You want to try it, Hua? Do you want to try it? Emotional damage time! Woo! Man, I guess they're in sad mode. They're in the sad mode at the moment, so they get sad music. I need to turn it down. I turned it up for the music. We don't have time. I want to look up the music so I can listen to it, but I don't want YouTube to accidentally spoil me about random shit because it saw me look up Honkai Impact. I hate it. Kiana nodded, then adeptly fastened the detector band around her wrist. Just 2 months earlier, she had worn a similar accessory on her wrist, that time to prevent her from causing harm. How am I almost done? I'm only at chapter 26! Fortunately, that was now a thing of the past. I'm all set. Let's go. She turned around. She nearly ran headlong into her curly-haired senpai. Excellent. You haven't left yet. Dr. Einstein? That's great. We've just made some slight adjustments to the mission objective. Didn't have time to notify you. What happened? Nothing. Your destination is still St. 537 Church, where Otto was located, but we're monitoring a certain route. A certain route? Is it an adjustment to avoid enemy defenses? Yes, specifically, the operational part of the Spartacus system helped us detect energy reactions within a certain range. As she spoke, the doctor waved her right hand, activating a small virtual screen. This is a topographic map of Coloston. You've probably seen it many times. Look at the coordinate I've marked. Real-time monitoring shows that there are almost no unnatural energy reactions there. Meaning, there are no enemies there? It's not on the shortest route to the church. If you follow the original path, you wouldn't pass by that point. But now, considering the possibility of an ambush, following this route would probably be more efficient. Dr. Einstein, do you think Otto would leave such an obvious weak point? Hard to say. Regardless, it's not on the route we originally chose. Besides, the fact that Spartacus can withstand the powers of the Herrscher of Dominance, continue to monitor as usual, is surprising enough. If Otto was thought that far ahead, then we're unlikely to run into difficulties no matter which route we take. So it's like a chess match, isn't it? Maybe he's well prepared. An ambush could be waiting for us on the route that appears clear. Or it could be just a tactic to mess with our heads. We'll just have to try it and see. If we overthink this and miss our opportunity, that's exactly what the enemy wants. Delaying only benefits Otto. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's go, following this new route. New route, let's go! Whee! I like that she's got red streaks in her hair. I think that's cool. I see an evil void over there. Oh, that's for what's her face. Bitch, you don't see me? I'm invisiblest. Whoop! Wait, Kiana. What's wrong, Fuhua? There are enemies there. Without saying a word, Fuhua signaled Kiana to look ahead. She saw an enemy that wasn't shown on the detector. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Kiana took out her detector, and indeed, there were no signs of any kind of energy reaction in the area. Is there a problem with the detector? Or... This is no accident. This is the way the Shixel Overseer operates. Most of what he does is like a game. He's placed pieces everywhere that we might operate. Are you saying that every step of our plan is within his grasp? Hard to say. The troops we saw don't look formidable. He may have only guessed that a breakthrough could happen at this point. Or maybe he predicted that you and I would be the ones to come here. There's a big difference. If it's the latter, he definitely deployed reinforcements. Should we try to contact the others? Not yet. I haven't been able to determine why the energy reactions here don't match the readings from the detector.
Mondo's just blocking the signal somehow. It's irrelevant. But if he can monitor us in real time, it might reveal more weak points. We can't get through undetected now. And what if we continue along with this route? Try to break through the enemies directly. Is that too reckless? No, in a situation where we can't contact the others, it makes sense to stick to the original plan. We can strike these enemies and take them out quickly. So you mean all you have to do is take out these enemies, and it's basically like executing a raid? Yeah, in real combat, we always have to look out for ourselves.
Okay, there's an ad coming up. So we're gonna go stand over here. I pressed the wrong button, but we're gonna stand over here. We're gonna do that, and we're gonna go to BRB. So BRB. At our return, we're gonna go hit a dude. Oh, I gotta switch this right here. Whoop. No, there we go. But there we go. Okay. I know how to manage OBS and shit. Definitely. Okay. I'm gonna go kill some dudes. Y'all get deaded. This right. Is that Otto? What's he doing here? Being evil? It's just a clone. Well, probably, but it's still Otto. He knows better than using a throwaway ruse, sure. But that does not mean I don't want to stab it repeatedly. Just because it's an evil clone or whatever doesn't mean it should not be stabbed in the face. Because it is still Otto. Kiana? Fuhua looked around, but all she saw were lifeless ruins. She gets separated in the fight? I've got to find her quickly. But if this is planned by that guy, why would he want us to separate? No, couldn't have anticipated this. This wouldn't have a decisive impact on our plans anyway. This is really something he did deliberately, like using the powers of the Herrscher dominance, for example. Fuhua furrowed her brow. To stick to the plan and stay on the offensive, she had to find Kiana. She had to make a decision quickly. Boom! What is that? A dazzling beam of light shot into the sky nearby. Undoubtedly, it was a sign of a decisive blow being struck. In the eventful 500-year history of Coloston, there is only one person who could create a flame like this. Kiana, she's nearby. It looks like she's serious. Who's the enemy? Fucking, I don't know what's going on, man. Hello, Spartacus. That's what I wanted to tell you. I'll take you down before Fuhua gets here. Sure you will. You won't. That won't happen. How'd your plans go by again, Ransha? Even the opponent was different. Calm down. Today's not the day you'll defeat me. The great master has arrived. What? It's you! Master Qingwei, it's been a long time. Indeed, it's been 500 years. I never thought you'd still be alive. But this is something that man would do. Isn't it? I couldn't believe it when I woke up. But even though times have changed, my enemy from 500 years ago is still here. Seems like a dream. Fuhua, she's an old friend. It's a long story. Are you alright, Kiana? I'm fine, but be careful, Fuhua. It looks like she's under Otto's command. Who's under the command of that Raksha? Valkyrie is just a title he gave me, but I don't want it. Obviously, their whispers failed to escape Li Susheng's ears. Don't misunderstand. That Raksha saved my life, and I promised I would help him fight. But he just asked me to stop Master Qingwei, not to fight her. 2-on-1, I wouldn't have a chance anyway. It's just not worth it. Maybe the Raksha thinks too highly of me. No, he didn't misjudge you. He didn't even misjudge me. You did come back at a good time. Your wife is on screen. Kiana, maybe you should go ahead without me. What? My judgment is correct. The two of us could easily overpower her, but that would still slow us down. Worst case, she might defeat me and delay you for a long time. Honestly, I'm not that confident, Great Master. But I know what's in your head. You see Fuhua and a brain is just filled with wife.
Takes a lot to beat me. Others may measure their odds and give up the fight. But you stick to your word without weighing the costs and benefits. You keep your promises. This won't change, even though the person you made the promise to is a fraud and a hypocrite. Fixing my hair. What has that Raksha done in these 500 years? I haven't heard anyone say anything good about him.
He's done a lot of violence and murder.
Though she said this lightly, it didn't change Fuhua's judgment one bit. Keeping one's word when facing death was not as unusual in the era in which she grew up. Since she was young, she had heard epic stories of assassins living by such a code. But Fuhua, if you really do this on your own, don't forget about our mission, Kiana. No matter what, we have to keep advancing. More important matters await us. It's better if I'm the one to delay her. Fuhua could have guessed Kiana's reaction. This change of plans must cause some hesitation. But when facing that unpredictable, irrational former Shixel overseer, it was important to see the big picture. She had prepared a more persuasive argument, but... I understand, Fuhua. She didn't need to use it. Without saying another word, Kiana quietly turned to leave. It's just, when facing Otto, I also don't have much confidence. So, you've got to hurry up and come help me. I will. Be careful. You too, Fuhua. The girl turned to look at the two of them, and hesitated no further. Her footsteps soon faded away. Isn't there anything you need to do? Just now, she had done what was necessary. Even if her opponent struck now, Kiana had safely gotten away. Whether she came here on her own or was deployed by Otto, Fuhua knew the innocent appearance of the girl was deceiving. In terms of Edge of Taishun, Fuhua was aware that her opponent was unmatched in this world. Yet the attack she was expecting did not come yet. No need. I said I would fight once, and I'm sticking to it. The girl smiled and spread her hands. Fighting more than once is of no benefit to me. Meeting again after 500 years is a little awkward. I fought with the great master before, right? I don't remember it, but the Raksha said the matter had been settled. You have a promise to fulfill, and I have a mission to complete. That's true. Is it that you have no choice, or is it fate, or is it measure for measure? I don't understand. For the first time since they had started talking, the girl took a step away from the edge of the observation deck. The two of them were uncannily alike in certain ways, and now they finally stood face to face. We should save the reminiscing until this is all over. Yeah, if something happens, we'll have something new to talk about. Okay, excuse me, Mr. Jingwei. Where'd she go? There she is.
Oh god, it's been a while since I played Fuhua.
Master Jingwei, we're both holding ourselves back, and this fight will take forever. Unlike me, her blade mantra is still intact. If the fight drags on, I might not be able to defeat her. School of Taishun's founder, Fuhua knew they couldn't be more familiar with each other's moves, which was why it was impossible for her to win by any conventional means. I have to upset the situation and break her balance. Thinking of this, her eyes leaped over Li Susheng and rested on the horizon. It's indeed an opportunity for me. An opportunity that no other opponent would afford me. At least, I need to make sure she won't be able to influence the situation in any way. She had made a decision, a suicidal one in the eyes of others. I need to force that move out of her, and then resolve it. That was a prolonged warm-up. Time for us to get serious. I want to convince her she has to do it. I need to show her that I mean it.
Ultimate evasion's cool and all, but I'm bad at Fuhua. Oh hey, that's the thing from the Elysian realm. That's the symbol. But I am bad at game. Okay. You've understood now, right? Understood what? I must admit we're equally matched, given that your blade mantra is still intact. Even if I could defeat you and catch up with my partner, it would take a very long time. By then, I'd probably become unable to help in any meaningful way. But it's the same for you. You should know if I'm determined to avoid the fight, there's no way for you to keep me here. That's right. Speaking of this, Li Susheng lowered her head to check her shaky hands. That was odd. When their blades clashed, an unstoppable might came from Fu Hua's blade. Suddenly, it almost made Li Susheng falter. What blades? Fu Hua just punches shit a lot. It wasn't a powerful move she'd never seen. Not any kind of energy burst either. It felt like natural strength. The Raksha said Jingwei was a genuine celestial. Of course I know that, but I'm only a mortal myself. You know if we can't end this quickly, I'd try to escape from the fight. Huh? That's not the way it's supposed to be. In that case, both you and I have reasons to end this fight fast. Can't do. Master Jingwei I'm fighting against. There's no way for me to ensure quick victory. Maybe true, given that both of us have been holding ourselves back. That was a lie. But Fu Hua knew the previous strike had misled Li Susheng, that she still had more cards up her sleeve. For the next hit, I'll unleash my full strength, and you might die if you don't do the same. I'm serious. If you still wish to fulfill your promise, it's time to show your trump card now, Susheng. Before it's too late. You just wish to buy some time for the silver-haired girl, right? Neither the Raksha nor I have any intention to harm you. But still, you believe only one of us can walk out of here alive? No, on the very contrary. You're fully aware of what Otto hopes to accomplish, and it's something I'd never condone. The history of 5 centuries is worth defending. Master Jingwei! She didn't finish her question. She realized she didn't even have to ask. Master Jingwei had a long tradition of never considering for herself. She wouldn't be here at all otherwise. She'd be leading a much happier life now, perhaps. Li Susheng decided so, but soon rejected this idea. She had seen Fu Hua's new life, only that what you get from the present can never make up for what you've lost in the past. Well then, you'll have to forgive me, Master Jingwei. She had once said something similar to other people in the past. But the world had changed drastically since she took that fateful journey. The only thing that had remained the same was something she didn't even perceive. Whether she was facing the Swordmaster before or the living legend now, the fire in her eyes always burned bright. That is the legacy Fu Hua signed in her heart. Despite knowing the most powerful move she created could not be blocked, she still took a step back and readied herself. Edge of Taishu, Eminence! It's her ult! The glow both of them were all too familiar with now words. Eminence, the fount of change. Come on. As the blade left Li Susheng's hand, it awakened a fierce storm of swords engulfing everything. Only a faint dot of black and gold was saved from oblivion amidst the raging storm. Curse of Taishun. Everything seemed to be frozen the moment when the wave of millions of blades was unleashed. But Fu Hua knew it was only an illusion. Thanks to her superior reflexes, she had a moment before the blades reached her.
As her mind spun fast for a solution, the Eminence blade waved was approaching her forehead inch by inch. Having lost her blade mantra long ago, there was no way for her to withstand this mighty move. The overwhelming blade wave represented Li Susheng's strong confidence to subdue Fu Hua. This is indeed Eminence. I have to take it. Fu Hua's mind broke out of this stagnant space. Do I need to test for Swara too? The voice seemed to be very far away. In the darkness, only the colorful light was within touch. No one could tell why people would see these light dots between life and death. They only knew their emergence symbolized one thing. Something had been changed permanently and irreversibly. No, there's no need. Hua's body's still in, and her head. But sacrifice is always necessary. If we succeed, even an average man can... May, she's woken up. Excuse us for a moment, Kevin. I'd like to talk to her in private. Are you alright, huh? Look at me. No need to open your eyes. Just relax. What happened to me? I did even better than expected, that's all. The icar's being activated continuously. Data shows your muscle strength and natural reflexes have improved massively. Past events floated up from buried memories to the surface, forming white foams just like surging tides. In short, the Swara experiment was a success. Hua wanted to speak, but the intensive pain all over her body prevented her. You don't have to ask. I'll tell you anyway. You're adapting to the initial changes, which takes time. I've explained to you how Swara reduces body projection. Just like Aponia's discipline, it works directly on your brain. As we expected, Swara can modulate the human mind and body to boost growth and Honkai energy adaptation. But for you, it also does something else. What do you mean? The Garuda genes gifted you with superior vitality and memory, and Swara will make sure your potential is realized. You're still a young warrior now, but in the future, you can reach farther than most of us. Fate has chosen a path for you. No one can foresee the icar's influence on an individual or ensure the success of the Swara experiment. You're a miracle. That's all I have to say. Now, have some rest and try to think about what I said in the meantime. Besides, there's good news for you. You won't have to worry about over-metamorph anymore. Swara's a catalyst, as well as insurance to prevent you from losing control of yourself. Meanwhile, you should keep in mind that the brain is the most intricate and fragile of human organs. Even the slightest interference with the mind might cause disastrous consequences. As Swara sleeps into your subconscious, your mind will also become part of it. No one can foresee the results. No one but you. The future is in your hands now. Footsteps sounded and then faded. Wait, Dr. May! I have one more. Even I didn't foresee it. No mercy for the corrupted. Oh. It's just one of the many theories. In their view, time and reality are false concepts. Everything you see is created exactly when you begin to perceive it. Alongside its history, that's nonsense. What about the other theory? The other theory holds that time and reality have run out of their courses, and we're only experiencing the last reflection. The reflection will keep dimming down, and there's nothing we can do. Alright, Mopheads, why are we discussing nonsensical theories about time all of a sudden? In the disordered training room, a strong headache struck Dr. Tessa as she was sizing up the scattered mecha parts. Not long ago, she announced to Dr. Einstein with utmost confidence the next-gen mecha she just developed. And a new tech she planned to name Spartacus. Time. As the resource you squandered the most, you should know how hard humanity has thought about it. Just let it go. It was no more than a lab accident. Don't stand idle there. Help me tweak the components. Such a pain in the butt. Take the two of us a whole day to fix it. Knock, knock. Please, come in. Tessa lifted her eyes and caught a suppressed, mischievous smile on Einstein's face. Mophead, what's with your wicked smile? Dr. Einstein and Dr. Tessa, am I interrupting? No, you came right on time. What is it, Miss Fu? Dr. Tessa and I have an appointment. Appointment? Oh, yeah, Mophead was right. You came on time. Remember the stamina test yesterday? I found some data problems, but I need more tests to make sure. I've readied the mix used in the tests. We can begin. Tessa's eyes returned to the scattered components. Alright, I need some time to prepare. With a heavy sigh, Tessa dragged herself to the wreckage. Alright, Mophead, we can... It wasn't until then that she realized what the wicked smile on Einstein's face was for. Mophead, you get back here! Anyway, we can only run some simple data tests now. Do you need a minute, Fuhua? No, I'm ready, Dr. Tessa. Punching and stuff. Get 'em. Wow. Go. Punch and kick. It's over. Dr. Tessa? That's enough data. Looks like my assumption was proved. And you're now very healthy in every regard. The burden imposed on by the Hersher Core has vanished with its deactivation. It's just, your combat performance feels a bit underwhelming. I'll try to improve. No, it's not about effort. The point is, without the key of domination, your Honkai energy proficiency is no better than before you fully recovered. Is it because you're still adapting to a new physical status? Fuhua shook her head. Then perhaps it's the thing called Swara? My body may have fully recovered, but not my mind. It has nothing to do with Otto. I lost my blade mantra long ago. Since then, Swara was no longer effective. According to what you've told us, it's a therapy that works on the subconsciousness, and the effect should be irreversible. Isn't there a way to reawaken it? Your body had adapted to its influence long ago. There's got to be a way. Dr. Tessa, thanks for your kindness, but there's no need. Reawakening it may not do any good. I'm back to the beginning now, to the time before Swara became part of me. It's the most fortunate thing that's ever happened to me. Alright, Miss Fu, can I ask one more question? Einstein re-emerged in the testing ground without anyone noticing. Now that Swara is no longer effective and your body's fully recovered, the ability to transform into a Honkai beast. What we witnessed on Mr. Siegfried during the second eruption, is it still possible for you? Not unless I absolutely have to. Even if it comes to that, I'll only do it after making sure everyone on our side is safely away. Or I may become a threat to friends as well. Which is to say, you have no trump cards left when the situation becomes desperate. True. Not even Blade Eminence? During the second eruption, you were faced with a worse situation than now, but you still pulled it off. Back then, I still had Feng Huang down. And it was in that battle I learned even Blade Eminence could miss. Ah, you mean... It was something else that helped the Hersher block the unstoppable hit. Huh? What? Any new discovery? Nothing. Just an impossible possibility occurred to me. What is it? Don't keep me guessing. No, it's not that. There's no one left in the world to help me confirm this possibility now.
Are you sure about that? It is Fu Hua. There are no absolutes. Only the Sith deal in absolutes. Isn't that an absolute? A ray of light darted into the clear lake, and for an obvious physical law, refraction happened as a certainty. When it reached the bottom of the lake, the direction had long changed, and what drove it astray was something as clear and bright as the lake's surface. The thought made Fu Hua let out a long and heavy sigh. Or rather, it was a relief after confirming her judgment. Mu kabaliso. Strange syllables flew out between her lips, but she suddenly stopped without finishing. The spell-sounding words were known as Blade Swara in ancient Shenzhou. Edge of Taishun entails 5 blade essences: mantra, form, sanction, ascension, and eminence. Centuries ago, everyone in Shenzhou knew it was a sublime martial art form. Sublime martial art from celestial Jingwei. What Fu Hua chanted was the mantra used to train Blade Mantra, the foundation of Edge of Taishun. Those who have mastered Blade Mantra can absorb essence from any part of the body. All martial artists exhaust their lives, scaling the mountain of supremacy, but the Taishun disciples are right at the peak. Every disciple had lived a legendary life, and every legend ended with a fateful tragedy. For this reason, Fu Hua knew better than anyone that the so-called Blade Mantra, which was known as Swara in a world facing doom long ago, had deviated from its original track without anyone knowing when. This is my mind escape, and exactly at the level of absolute calm. Blade Mantra includes 4 levels: absolutely calm, flawlessly clear mirror, and Taishun. After accomplishing Blade Mantra, the trainee's mindscape becomes a clear lake, which further transforms based on the progress. The peaceful lake before her eyes was clear evidence that her Blade Mantra was accomplished. 500 years ago, there were raging flames and a great sword inches away from her forehead. Her Blade Mantra was shattered then and never recovered, which meant this mind lake has no reason to be here. And as the school of Taishun's founder, her mindscape would never stop at merely absolutely calm. Is that you? The answer had come to her mind. Zhao Yu. I returned with another old friend from centuries ago. What were the odds? Both reunions were unique in their circumstances. You especially. That's right. Kiona and Bronya didn't run into an illusion created by the Hersher of sentience in your image. You've been here all along. Not everything is pointless now, Master. The dust from 500 years ago has settled. Today, both of us are going to be reduced to ashes after a short moment. Blade Eminence created by you is unstoppable. You know that better than anyone else. Maybe you'd stand a chance with Blade Eminence, but time is against you. You can't afford Blade Mantra now. Not necessarily. Among the 5 essences of Taishun, Mantra and Eminence are the most tightly connected. Eminence, in its nature, is a massive essence harnessed by someone with Blade Mantra. In another word, it's Honkai energy.
I still can block it, deflect it, or even disperse it. Faint gold flashed across her mind again. Huanyuan sword? Master, you mean to take the hit with your own body? My blade mantra broken. I don't have much confidence to withstand the hit, but it's theoretically possible. Master, it's Blade Eminence we're talking about. Maybe you can resolve the concrete part. What about the formless part now that Feng Hong Town is no longer by her side? That's why we're meeting now. Blocking the hit is my only chance to stop Otto. For this, I need to say goodbye to you. Master. Lin Jiaoyu lowered her head, let out a low whisper. Her watery eyes tried hard to hold back tears. Have you decided to let go of the past? Everything in the past has led us to this moment. Lin Jiaoyu knew her master had sacrificed herself time and again in the past to ensure the world could reach the present. Fu Hua and Otto were now standing on the two sides of the balance, trying to steer the world in opposite directions. Hello, Carrick, welcome in. But this alone wasn't reason enough for her to risk her life. No. I used to do that a lot. Memories have served as one-time fuel for me, and I was forced to leave them behind bit by bit. But I won't do that anymore. I finally understood what remembering every moment in my past means to me. Some memories have burned out, but they left distinct and permanent marks on me all the same. I was Hua, I was Jingwei, I'm now known as Fu Hua. These are all milestones on my life's path. A path not preordained, but built by my own choices every step of the way. We can achieve success only by learning from our failures. Is your past experience the only thing you can count on to win this duel? Maybe. Hopefully a bit of luck, too. Master has decided then. I have no reason nor power to stop it. But what you said just now would never have come from the celestial Jingwei I used to know. It's a great honor and pleasure to bear witness. Xiao Yu, I've made up my mind. I'm marching on to tomorrow, but with everything from the past. As long as I can do this, the past will extend and grow, starting from today. It's the most remarkable thing about time. Is it so, Master? You've always seen us this way. I know you're no more than memory fragments in my mind, but I'd never wish to forget. Without the past, there can be no future. All right, Master. May we meet again. It's about time. Come, Eminence. I can take it. Everything started to flow again. The edge of the blade was about to sink into Fu Hua's forehead, just like hundreds of years ago. Only back then, it was someone else commanding the blade, and Fu Hua herself wasn't the same person now. Everything in the past has led us to this moment. Fu Hua had repeated this many times. But this time was different. I'll keep it in mind. That's Celestial Jingwei? She's just like Suiki. Gosh, even a Celestial should have a name, right? Just like me, she's forgotten her past but clings tightly onto the present without a clear vision for tomorrow. No one knows what tomorrow looks like. We'll have to find out ourselves. Really? Without the past, how can there be tomorrow? But having run into a myriad of dead ends, you've finally recovered yourself, Master. Interesting. Everything in the past. Cannot be forgone. Huh? Blade Eminence was blocked?
Tranquility, return to the viewing deck.
The Blade Eminence threatened to tear the surroundings apart. Was no more. In the grasp of Fuhua's black and gold gauntlets, a beam of light was twisted and broken into dust. The only winning chance worked for me. Phew. Master once said Blade Eminence was not exactly invincible. I've believed it, but now Grandmaster has proven it true. It's supposed to crush everything before it. Master Jingwei blocked it without even a scratch. I now know there's no ensured victory against a true master. Blade Eminence exhausted my strength, and I have to admit defeat, Master Jingwei. No, for me it was a huge gamble too. And without even a scratch was a massive understatement. The fight was much closer than you think, but I don't have the time to explain it in detail to you. You believed I tried to make this fight fatal, but it was exactly the other way around. Master Jingwei, please don't talk in riddles like the Raksha. Blade Mantra works to your advantage. Its broken shards have weakened me. It was a weakness created by my past, but I'm finally sure it won't slow me down in any way now. Right now, neither of us is able to exert influence elsewhere, which is why we can finally fight with equal conditions. Fuhua's true intention finally became apparent to Li Sushang. Right, now the duel between the founder of Taishun and its disciple has really begun. Right, I do wish to avoid a prolonged fight. This is the best I can do. Successor of Taishun, Fuhua tried to come up with the right words to describe herself. Not Celestial Jingwei, nor the founder of Taishun. She poised herself for the upcoming fight and reached out a hand to her opponent, sign of both invitation and challenge. This is my way of showing you respect. As Fuhua. Li Sushang suddenly burst into soft laughter. Yeah. In the laughter there was no contempt, only suppressed joy. The opponent standing before her once had many identities, a martial art legend, a mourner who lost all. But she saw something else today. Splendid! Fuhua, this is going to be an epic fight. She clenched her blade. I'm ready. Yeah! Punch! Whoop. I much prefer this Fuhua, no offense to OG Fuhua. It really is. It's great. Where? I can only swing the iron one more time now, Fuhua. That's all I have left. I can sense that. Sorry, I need to save my strength. I see. You still wish to catch up with your partner afterwards. Anyway, this is my last strike. The word. As if reaching the shore, the raging blade waves died down. The two held their breath, and neither of them was sure who the winner was. You have more than one strike left in you, right? It was decided. Yeah. But I gave everything I had, and you didn't do the same. It's like I overestimated myself. No, Mr. Jingwei. The Taishun Master did overwhelm me. Just now, it was one blade against two. Before the two blades came into contact, a third blade went for Fuhua out of nowhere. That was the deciding factor. Turned out Fuhua wasn't the only one to mislead the opponent in the hope of securing victory during the fight. You won. Fuhua fell. It's never about win or lose. It's the only one wanting to win. Mr. Jingwei, if you had more consideration for yourself, for the present, things might turn out very differently. There wasn't any response. Master Jingwei? So she's fainted. Didn't think I'd win. The Raksha didn't tell me what to do next either. Wait, maybe he didn't expect me to win at all. Mr. Jingwei accomplished what she strove for after all. Her blade shattered into a million pieces, and without it supporting her, Li Susheng struggled to stand straight. Meant everything I said. Bitter smile crept up her lips. Think more for yourself or for partners. I can't decide which makes you stronger, not even from this duel. But it makes no difference now. The important thing is, you've had a new beginning now, Master Jingwei. Li Susheng took a few steps back and leaned onto the railing to stare into the horizon. After a long while, she returned to Fuhua and held her up. I'll find you a safe place to rest. Before the Raksha woke me up, he probably had thought his plan through. Maybe we'll be sent to the past in a while after all. For you, Master Jingwei, that may take some getting used to. I'll be here waiting for you to wake up. Being tossed to an unfamiliar era is no fun, I know it myself. Maybe I can help you adapt. We've both done our best. Right, Fuhua? Huh? Anything else? The future is in your hands now. But Dr. May, what do I have in my hands to pass on to the successors? I have no idea. Me neither. So, if you really wish to know, you'd have to find out yourself in the future. Damn. To the church! Whee! This is it. I wonder how Fuhua's doing right now. Still, the detector wasn't able to pick up any energy reactions where they parted with each other. There was some sort of signal jamming going on, but what was the point anyway if Li Susheng was as strong as Fuhua said? No stranger to Blade Eminence herself, Kiana was concerned about the situation after seeing its signs. No, I should trust Fuhua. That was Blade Eminence for sure, but there wasn't any sign of major destruction. Fuhua must have come up with something. I can't afford to waste precious time she bought for me. Principal? Kiana, how are things on your side? I'm in position, only there's no sight of Otto yet. What about Fuhua? On the viewing deck, we ran into someone who claimed herself as the Shixo Valkyrie. Fuhua seemed to know her. Fuhua stayed there to win me some time. I see. I'll send someone there to support her. A bit of update for you. Setting up Spartacus systems is going well. And Bronya's breached Otto's defenses too. I expect an illness from her. But you still need to be careful. The balance seems to be tipping in our favor, but somehow I feel everything is still under his control. Speaking of this, Fuhua and I also had some...
The communication was lost.
What's going on? No, it wasn't the signal. The comlink stopped working? But why? Vague assumptions soon grasped her heart and heightened her nerves. The blurred murmurs in the wind seemed to reinforce this sentiment. Now it's time to drop the new chess piece. In a situation that rules out any man-made interference can be swayed with good planning. Things would make it messier if it was my dear old friend who came. After all, she was a survivor in that tragedy. His voice. In the misery-riddled town, the one who had masterminded everything from behind finally revealed himself in person. Oh, my second gift came right on time. Otto, and that's... Abyss Flower?
Whoop. Yay! It's a cool lance. Oh, cool! I got stuff. Neat. Okay. Is there gonna be a big ass cutscene? Cause there's gonna be an ad up in a little bit, and I don't know. We'll see. See when we get there. Whoop. Oh hey, we're Durandal now. An hour before now. 1835, 5 minutes until Hyperion readied itself for battle. What is the funny?
Rita, are you in position yet? Yes, Master Durandal. The Overseer just put the theater of domination in my hands. I'm coming your way.
Oh my god. Of course it is! Cause it's fucking auto XP. Eh.
There's something I need to find out. I see, Master Durandal.
Should call Nagamitsu. Yeah, I'm sure that'll go perfectly well.
Why didn't anyone pick up the dedicated line? It can't be. Rita, you know where Nagamitsu is. She's not responding. Nagamitsu? She was still in Bard Hyperion the last time I saw her. I'll try to reach her too. Things are getting weirder and weirder. Urge the Overseer wants to create new history out of nothing. Order this to get rid of any outside interference. Nakamitsu went missing and she's an expert on the key tech. What's going on where our eyes cannot see? Maybe we can ask Master Amber. She should have some idea what the Overseer and Nakamitsu have been doing lately. She could tell us, but would she? Just now it was clear the Overseer wanted to keep us in the dark. Anyway, we should at least try. Yes, she's the Overseer's secretary, but she may also have a mind of her own, right? After a long silence, a calm and collected voice went through the comlink. Hi, Master Rita. Master Durandal, too. Oh, hi. Master Amber, the Overseer just ordered us to secure the Street 537 church and deny any access. He didn't explain in detail, which put us in a difficult situation when it came to mission deployment. So, we wonder if you have more information on that to share with us. I see. Indeed, the overseer is being more dictatorial today. As for the details, I believe Nagamitsu can give a much better explanation than me. But she can't be reached. Can't be reached? Oh, so it has reached that point. That point? Do you know something we don't, Amber? About an hour ago, Nagamitsu came to me and left a special key for the genius system. She said if she ever lost contact with us while the Overseer was pushing his plan, we could use the key to access data she stored in the space-time interlayer. Does the Overseer know about this? Probably. I see. Thank you, Master Amber. Has Nagamitsu run into some kind of trouble? Not necessarily. She doesn't strike people as careful, but in fact she can read a situation very well. She has managed to come out of numerous hazardous experiments unscathed. I doubt the Overseer's plan would cause her any harm. And the Overseer has probably expected us to contact Amber. Is Nagamitsu this good? I always find her a bit nerdy.
Well, yeah, because she's a nerd.
Never expected this to come out of Master Durandal. Anyway, let's extract the data she left for us. Maybe it will give us a better idea of the situation. Makes sense. Let us try entering the key from Master Amber.
I enter key. Where? Where key? Where key go? Oh, key go here. No,
it's not her. Careful, something else is filmed from the spatial rift. Hi, Miss Mia? Since you're watching this recording, I guess I've been fired by the Overseer. What comes next is very important. I suppose the Overseer has closed up the church and ordered you to defend it. He has good reasons for this, because he's decided to exchange practically everything in the world to turn back time. What? Surprised, huh? After all, he might not have always been a popular leader. But at the very least, he is still saving this world from Honkai. It's true, but he never seems keen on playing the savior role, though. Believe it or not, what he strives to save might be the world or someone in particular, but never humanity. Rather, it's fair to say he harbors deep hatred for humanity as a whole, which explains his destructive plan. If the plan is put into action, the whole planet except for Colliston will be sent back 500 years ago. Most of the people we care about in this world will be gone as the price to pay for the rollback. Normally, history cannot be altered and time cannot flow backwards, unless we destroy the present and burn it as fuel to choose the past and rewrite history. Of course, it's not Otto's sole solution. He claims he has a 50% shot of realizing his goal with much smaller costs. Still, you need to know, he has no difficulty sacrificing the whole world or even himself to achieve his goal. At this point, you're probably asking yourselves, why would Nagamitsu play along with the whole world at stake? The answer is a simple one. In my eyes, the boundaries of science shouldn't be defined by human preferences. To put it more precisely, we shouldn't decide if something can exist based on our own moral standard. It's a bladesmith's job to craft blades sharp enough to take lives, but this doesn't mean they're murderers. Back to our situation. I wish you could understand. The Overseer's not the only one capable of reviving history, though.
Okay. Girl, your analogy with the bladesmiths is not accurate to the situation. The proper analogy would be nuclear weapons. Because, yeah, the people who made nukes aren't the ones who made the nukes go off. They're not the ones who pressed the button. But they still created the most deadly weapon that humanity has ever conceived of. So, like, you still bear responsibility. Just saying.
If you don't plan to stand idle, then the challenge you face now will mean something someday in the future. But anyway, I hope you keep this in mind. An auto-apocalypse sets his mind to do something. He is no doubt the most dangerous individual in the whole wide world. Alright, at this time I probably hold up somewhere safe, so take care of yourselves, my favorite Valkyries. Goodbye! As the recording ended, silence and suspense took hold over the ominous town. Philosophers said rulers always impose their own moral code on their subjects. They pledged their allegiance to the heavens, the land, others, or themselves. The philosopher also said rulers are in a perpetual misconception that their subjects naturally know what is right and what is wrong. What if a ruler believes their moral status is beyond criticism? Maybe I need to speak to the overseer, Rita. I mean now. Master Durandal, you must know that the consequences are. I know. That's exactly why I need you to take care of something for me. You mean? Serene white light seemed to have enveloped everything. The next instant, a beautiful Bodhi tree emerged before their eyes. Master Durandal, this is... Oh, ad time. BRB.
Well,
Master Durandal, that's beautiful, right? It's said the tree was once connected to numerous worlds, in which the casual relations of everything could be observed. But now it's just a safety device for a particular world. So I shouldn't show you this until today. It's the fruit of the experiment not long ago, right? We were both off on missions since then. Now here we are. This bubble universe with the Bodhi tree is called Sumeru. I plan to entrust the Holy Blade and it to you. Right now, you're far more suitable to safeguard the bubble universe than me. Which is to say, you're ready to clash with the Overseer, right? In the worst case scenario, I don't know why he put Nagamitsu to that research, and why she even did his bidding. Anyway, I need to ask him in person what the bottom line of his plan is. Just like last year at Chixel HQ, the Husher Awakening caused much more damage than he expected. He paid no heed. We're guardians of another world, but also Valkyries in this world. Double identity means double responsibility. In the adventure 5 years ago, we became inseparable partners. The astral harness belongs to you too. I have great faith that you can protect that world in your own way and set me free to perform my other duties. Well, Master Durandal, it ever occurred to you that it might just be another ruse from the Overseer? Ruse? I'm not sure, but you should be able to tell something about him. Didn't feel right since this noon. It seems he's been covering a secret with a string of lies, which he normally wouldn't care to resort to. I believe this means there's something about him that we can't read very clearly yet. But anyway, what Nagamitsu said worries me deeply. Please understand, Rita. I believe from the bottom of my heart that you're more fit to protect that world than me at the moment. The air around Rita Rosswise seemed to freeze all of a sudden. In the special realm where sentience and entities are intertwined, she could feel the Holy Blade's harness coming to her. Memories from the adventure 5 years ago flushed back. That was when Bianca started to become Durandal and when Rita began to renew her understanding of humanity and worlds. The onset of the journey, she was an adjutant supporting Valkyries fighting at the front line. When the journey ended, she started to seek meaning and purpose beyond it all. Like she, as Rita Rosswise, could possibly leave on this world. It was also at that time she began to earn more personal space under the Overseer's control. Without Durandal knowing, she had done everything she could. Maybe everything she did had led to this moment and afforded her the luxury to indulge Durandal's willfulness. I see. Mielga, I also have something I'd like you to have. That's the other genius I used 5 years ago. Take it as a chime. Yeah. Thank you, Rita. You're welcome, Master Durandal. I'll look after the world we risked our lives to protect 5 years ago. And wait for your return. Promise? Promise. Sumeru illusions scattered, sending them back to reality. It seemed as if nothing had changed, but now both of them should shoulder different responsibilities. This change in roles would guide them to rediscover themselves and better realize their potential in the future. Anyway, for the first time, Rita didn't stop Durandal from throwing herself headfirst into dangers. Deep down, Rita was still heavily concerned. She wasn't sure at all about her own plan B. But Rita knew, after everything Durandal had been through, her resolve couldn't possibly be swayed now. Master Durandal, since you've made up your mind, let me just walk with you for a while. Why not? Oh, don't worry. No matter what happens, I'll return as long as your lucky charm is with me. I know, Master Durandal. Womp. The dual stars of immortal blades fell silently together. They walked to where they were to part ways quietly and waved each other goodbye quietly. They were both aware the stakes were unprecedentedly high this time, and they trust each other to keep their word. But neither of them knew they had each kept some secrets from the other. Wonder how far the Overseer will go down on this path this time. Just hope he still remembers what all this is for.
Head to the church to go punch a guy in the face. Yeah. Or stab him in the face. I'm okay with both. All the violence. It's Otto. All the violence! Meanwhile, Autopocalypse's sentience was immersed in the boundless void. He was reminiscing about that distant afternoon for the last time before the executor. Making useless stuff again? Have you taken your medicine? With your condition, why would you lock yourself up in that filthy workshop all day? Hey, don't play deaf now. You forgot what the doctor said? Glue, wood chips, and dust. They're not good to your health. Just drop it and stay put, will you? You're lucky just to be alive. Hey, what are you doing? The wall's too tall for you. You'll fall off. Dump. Why would I have such a useless brother? Clean. They're clean. It soared so high. Small girl showed up on the wall without anyone noticing. Is it yours? I made it. Wow. You'd make a great inventor for sure. But it's broken. I can make another one for you if you like. Really? Thanks. For the first time in his short life, he felt needed. He understood how his family worried about his physical health, but they never attended to his inner needs. For the first time, he found out someone had expectations for him. Even a sickly boy like him could accomplish something. Cullen, my name is Cullen Kazana. And you? Otto. Your name is silly.
Well, Otto, can we be friends? Of course. Friend. Otto had only seen this word from books. Born a noble, he wasn't allowed to mingle with the common people. And other children from the 3 houses had begun their combat training. They had no time to play with him. Besides, they couldn't care less about his bizarre habits. But don't you have to train every day? I finished training at 10, because it's too easy for me. Oh, right, Otto's older brother. Can I take him out to play? I swear I'd protect him in the name of House Kazana. But he's not very well. My dad said it took a lot of sunshine for a kid to grow tall and strong. And how you found out he's not like any other kid around. He's gonna be a great inventor. I don't know. Don't ever lose confidence in yourself. Big inventor, can you do me a favor? Huh? A favor? When we grow up, let's save the world together. And before that happens, you have to keep yourself healthy, understand? Rare for you to recall your childhood memories. Having difficulty accepting your fateful death. That's a good joke, Void Archives. Like I told Teresa and the others, I will die voluntarily. My death is just something that's been stalled for 500 years. To me, it's a way for you to cover up your anxiety and fear. Maybe. I can be anxious and frightened at times. Had a longer life than most, and I'm happy to see the finishing line. Don't you have more expectations? Why not? It's just expectations, after all. But you should understand, Void Archives, if something is impossible. Impossible from the get-go. This interests you. We might as well take a trip down memory lane together, old friend. Why you make me play as Otto? There's time until they inevitably clash with us. Womp. Otto, thanks for seeing me off. Don't worry. Whether we win or lose, I'll do my best to bring back everyone alive.
Why is she a sexy nun?
No, I've told Father. I'm going with you this time. What? But you've never been on the battlefield.
Wait. Why is she a sexy nun? It's weird.
Relax, I won't be at the front line. Just a medic, but you know I wish to do my part in whatever way is possible. Remember, when we met for the first time, you told me... You'd bring me along to save the world. But... Colin seemed hesitant. Otto, maybe this doesn't sound right coming from a soldier, but I don't believe war is an effective means of saving the world. You know Honkai's wreaked havoc in recent years, and it's only thanks to Shixel's involvement in local governance that we put an end to the Black Death. On our hands have reached too far, and as an organization, Shixel has lost its focus. Your father used to care about the common people and oversee the disaster relief efforts every year himself. But now, court gossips have piled up his desk, and he spends more time reviewing classified reports than with you. This is wrong, isn't it? I don't know. Otto began to hesitate, too. My only wish is to support you as much as I can. I didn't give what you said much thought. Otto, I don't have much faith in the crusade this time. War comes with bloodshed. Bringing everyone safely home is my biggest wish right now. You can do it, Conlon. I believe in you. You ask my opinion about what happened back then. I'd say she was crying for your help, but you ignored her. Indeed, keen observation. Taking her as a perfect person deprived of any emotional vulnerabilities. That's a deadly mistake in the relationship. Yes, it sure is. You see, I was never an ideal companion for her. It's rare to see you speak objectively about yourself. If I can't do this, how can I convince myself I'm able to give her a new and better life?
Well, at least 500 years has brought him some clarity about being a bad partner. There should be plenty of chances for us to criticize. After all, I'm fucking stupid. Anyways.
Are you shivering? Is it the cold? I'm alright. Just that I got wet when wading in the river.
Yeah, 'cause you were wading in a river. You get wet when that happens.
Hey, you can't sleep in your soaked coat like this. You could frostbite. Come on, I'll make fire for you to dry them. But when we fell back, we lost our spare coats and blankets. What are you talking about? Put on mine. You're Shixel's strongest Valkyrie, and I will not submit to the cold.
Girl!
You're sneezing too. Don't worry about that. Take care of yourself first.
You know, if she had pants, she might not be as cold.
Oh, alright. Although we were defeated this time, will your father lose a lot of money? Probably, but we don't need to worry about it. The big guys will figure it out, won't they? You may have a point, but just like what I told you before, I feel Shixel's gone astray from its fundamental mission. The question I just asked you was one of the signs. Should Shixel really worry about money like it does now? Maybe not, but in our time, nothing can be done without money. Alright, let's put these questions aside for a minute. It's late now. Are you hungry? It was outright laughable back then. I thought acting gentle and considerate could solve all the problems. Normally it can. What was to blame was you failing to appreciate her heroine complex. Yeah, she didn't mean it when she said she'd save the world. Her resolve was never weakened. See, these fatalities were misplaced from the beginning. The memories that followed only served to make Otto Apocalypse more pathetic and ridiculous than he already was.
よりおかしくするだけさ。
Otto, what's this?
これは僕が研究
A
してい
drug
る
I'm
薬
working
だ。
on. The Black Death might mutate, and we need drugs with stronger efficacy to save more lives.
I mean, the greatest thing preventing the spread of the Black Death is literally washing your hands. Like, with soap. All you really need is soap, and that will dramatically reduce casualties.
This is the drug that brought Eleanor back to life, right?
ああ
But without her great adaptation, the drug might also
他の人たちの
have
よう
shown
に
severe
ひど
side
い
effects
副
on
作
her
用は
like
出
the
な
other
かった。
patients.
I mean, yeah, but you don't eat the drugs either. You ingest drug because you are sick. But if you wash your hands, then you won't be sick.
そうでなければ
That was also part of the reason why my mother allowed her to inherit the Shariak name. Anyway, you've invented a lot of useful stuff just like when you were a kid. Oh,
ありがとう。
thanks.
僕はただ
I'm just
ある
trying to
人の
follow
背
someone's
中を必
steps.
死に追
Enough
いか
about
けて
this.
君は今夜も行
Do you
動する
plan to
つ
go
もり
out
なのかい？
tonight?
COVID is a respiratory virus. It functions differently.
Don't worry, just a walk in the park from me. Nothing can go wrong.
The Black Death is transmitted by physical contact, not breathing the same air as all the infected people on the planet like we do every fucking day.
それでも気をつけてくれ。
You still have to be careful. After all, we're playing with fire under the noses of the old foxes. I know. I'll try not to raise any attention. The time has not yet come for us to lead the people in revolt against the old institutions.
しかしカレン
Colin, established institutions always have a strong tendency to deny any changes.
変えられ
Yeah, that's why we have to do what we can right now, and wait for opportunities. How can we persuade others to join our cause if we don't work hard for it ourselves?
確かに一理あるね。
Looks like both of us
僕
need
た
to
ちももっ
exert
と頑
ourselves.
張らないと。 わからないな。
Puzzles me to see you acting so weirdly back then. Why didn't you tell her what was on your mind? The course of history might have looked a lot different.
そうかもしれない。
Maybe. What do you suppose I could say to her?
僕が人体実験を
That I was
して
experimenting on human subjects to develop new drugs?
それとも
Or talk her out of robbing the rich and giving to the poor because it couldn't make any
金持
difference
ち
as
か
an
ら財を
economics
奪
model?
い貧乏人を
Okay,
救済して
see, that's where you're
根本
wrong.
的な問
The
題を解
rich
決で
hoard
きないと
wealth,
でも
but the wealth must be redistributed to the poor so that they are no longer poor. That's fair economics.
そうじゃなかったら
If I couldn't
僕
say
のしたこ
these,
とを彼女に伝えても何の意味もないじ
have
ゃな
a
い
good
か
night, Akira. How could it possibly help to tell her what I did all this for?
彼女は変わってくれたのだろうか
Otto's just a filthy, disgusting capitalist. Another reason to hate him.
変わってしまったのだろう
Would she change herself, or would I change myself?
しかし事実
As it turned out, neither of you changed the other.
当然さ
Of course, I was trapped in this illusion that I could better protect her
そ
in
ん
the
な自
dark
分には
that
もっ
way.
と
She was the strongest Valkyrie of Shixel, and you hoped to protect her with your own
君
strength.
はあの頃の僕は
I thought we
僕
could
なら彼女
complement
と
each
互
other
い
and
を
work
補い
well
合
as
う
a
ことも
team.
おかしいな
That doesn't sound very
幼い頃から
convincing
体が
coming from
弱
a
かった
physically
君が
weak boy like
ど
you.
うあの頃の君は何も
History
で
has
きなかった
proven you weren't able to do
歴
anything
史
back
がそれ
then.
を証明むしろ君のせいで彼女は今までの生活
On
に
the
別れを告げる
contrary, you
決心を早
accelerated the
めた
breakup between her and the environment she
そして
grew up
そ
in,
の
which
代
cost
価
her
は
life in the end.
あ
Yeah, on that
あ
day, she finally discovered
彼
Shixel's
女は
dark
天
side,
命の僕たちの人生の奇跡は
and our life
そこから
paths
コン
quickly
ト
spun
ロー
out
ル
of
が効かな
control.
くなっていったのさ その
Do
後の
do
話は
do.
デ
What
タラ
came
メな
next
悲劇だ
deteriorated into a tragedy cloaked in absurdity.
僕は
In the end, I made the most foolish decision of my life. What brought you here, my baby brother? Shouldn't you be at father's wake? Then why are you here, Risa? I hated the old man's guts and couldn't stay there for another second. Good enough for you? Oh, there was poison. I know who did it. Really? I wonder who it was. And drop the axe. You covet the throne and I need to make a deal. Oh, and Kazana, right? You surely are fond of her.
No shit.
Why does she have to be hanged tomorrow, another pretty corpse? As far as I know, she asked for all of this herself, right? We drove her into desperation. Every one of us was part of it. All right, I know you don't want to see her die. Well, what do you have to trade with me? Her verdict was sanctioned by her parents and the council. If father could be murdered like that, I believe you have a way to save her. When it's over, you'll never have to see us again. That was very tempting. But my baby brother, even the new overseer, couldn't simply revoke such an important verdict. It concerns his authority in a certain circle, understand? You don't want to help. Oh, I didn't say that, brother. I'm willing to help you love birds. But you've got to get your hands dirty. You know what, Otto? Sometimes I envy your sister. Of all the elaborate traps I created for you, you never fell for any of them. But she only had to hand a shovel to you to make you dig your own grave. They say human emotions are the enemy of reason, but even that would be an understatement for your case. Try to put you in my shoes, Void Archives. What other choices did I have besides trusting her? In other words, if you let me tap into the Divine Key's full power, I'd have gladly accepted any terms you proposed. You blame me for everything. This is why you restrained me for over 500 years. Who knows? Well, we cannot undo our mistakes, can we? What? Damn. She was only 24. Oh, she died. On your doomsday. It's been 500 years, and now you're finally able to rewrite history. Should I say, you've been forever trapped on that day until now. Were you trying to do the math to figure out how old she was? Oh. The music. It is a very pretty song with no context. I don't know why it would make you feel emotions. You've been forever trapped on that day until now. Yeah, she died. Hey, are you listening to me? In most cultures, death is a taboo. Death, the end of free will, the denial of existence. An eternal terror for any sentient being. But when we try to play blind to resolve this terror, we begin to cheat ourselves. Chose to believe that our loved ones would live forever. Reason has told us otherwise, but emotionally, we're never ready to accept the old hard truth. We're saying death always gets the better of humanity, one way or the other. Exactly. The fear for death has led us to desperation, which in turn creates more unnecessary death. Discrimination, abuse, murder, and war. Living in the shadow of death, we spread the shadow and bring death to others. You talk like you are an exception. You're drowned in the swamp deeper than anyone else. Only it's not your death you fear. Yeah, that's why I'm only the overseer, and Colin is worshipped as the holy maid. Remember the letter I wrote to Wells? We're so vulnerable. We can only trade mutual threat for short-lived peace. And cover our true motives with order, ethics, and other shiny words. It still stands together. Humanity never learns. It's not even aware of the problem. I must remind you, all your criticism can be used against yourself. That's right, Void Archives. Be it K423, Durandal, Teresa, or Yang. You're all part of Colin's legacy. The Universal treats every being with brutal equality. The world, a brave heart like Colin's, is best kept in the grave. You're certainly a master of playing dumb. That's why you don't understand, Void Archive. Human emotions, their raw desires without any regard for the consequences. But generally, the heroes restrain their emotions with reason. The villains let their emotions run wild. As for the reasonable villains, they're no more than calculating, predictable machines. Lesser beings than men. That'll probably happen. Is it so? May I see it? You're a perfect example of reasonable villains. I won't deny it. Rather, I know very well I'm just as unworthy as any of them. Like I said, we choose to believe that our loved ones would live forever. And I'm just a fool dominated by this desperate wish. Leaves no stone unturned trying to realize it. You see, the first one who's come to settle the score is close at hand. It's the doo-doo. Durandal. Why am I on the floor? That was odd. That it spawned me inside the floor. But okay. Otto is right behind the door. Please choose battle difficulty. Easy! I suck at this game. I'm bad at this game. I'm doing this on easy mode. I suck. Welcome the strongest Valkyrie of Shixel. If it was an hour ago, I'd have greeted you like this. Someone told me you might destroy the present and revive the past. What does it mean? It was Nagamitsu, right? Doesn't matter. You have a right to know. I asked Nagamitsu to design several plans of world reconstruction. The one with the highest cost is the most reliable. The highest cost? What does it mean? You'd certainly be puzzled if I handed you the conclusion now, so permit me to take some time and explain first. Nagamitsu and I have all told you before, the flow of time cannot be reversed in our world. Like a river, it rushes to the sea and never turns back. We consider the larger picture, the imaginary truth, and time is but data recorded on vinyl. History is the part already recorded, and future is the part to be recorded. The present time we're looking at now is the one and only needle etching in the vinyl. Now is unique, for it sets the known and unknown apart. It's the foundation of existence for every sentient being. Let's suppose... what would happen if we turn back the needle of now, we turn back the needle of now backwards and onto the past? Our reality will be relocated back to the past? Right, it's like the aliens you've dealt with. But the difference is they need a host world, and we rely on our own history. Imagine catastrophes like the second eruption can be written off, and we can help humanity grow again with our experience. Of course, Honkai would still be out there to challenge us, but the total benefits far outweigh the losses. So the cost you mentioned is the energy the relocation needs. Yes, with your experience from the recent experiment, you're quick to grasp the idea. To realize the relocation, I need three things. First, look for a way to reach the imaginary tree. Second, energy and equipment to support the relocation, i.e. cosmic juggernaut and sufficient Honkai energy. Third, space-time coordinates suitable for the relocation that can be identified by cosmic juggernaut's beacon. A way to reach the imaginary tree and sufficient Honkai energy. How do you plan to acquire them? Let me provide it by the will of Honkai. What? Yes, the will of Honkai, the origin of Hershers and ground zero of Honkai. It's been there through Shixel's history. It's been viewed as a god, but as long as we travel the same path with the same destination, we can make deals with the god. Make deals? I don't like Project Stigma, but Shixel has lost the best timing to stop it. Bursting times gives us a second chance.
Otto, we all know you don't give a fuck about whether or not Project Stigma will even work.
The will of Honkai would be happy to see it happen. The will of Honkai opened the door for me to reach the imaginary tree. I, in return, will enforce its vision. Enforcer of the will of Honkai. Are you trying to become a Hersher overseer? I suppose you can say that, but the contact with the imaginary tree will transcend me and make me something greater. My physical body will be sacrificed in the process, but the power I come into will enable me to reshape the world. I'll win more time for you to cope with the final Hersher and Project Stigma, and the will of Honkai is happy to be reset. Everybody wins, right? But what about the world itself? Everything you said could threaten its existence. You're right, but you need to break the old world to create a new one. I didn't come here for far-fetched theories and empty promises. We've been avoiding the real costs all along. So what's the price anyway? Present. Told Teresa the same. I'd erase 500 years of history from this time branch, turn the world to a state where Colin Kozlana was still alive. Oh, I think I coughed hard. The price to pay is the flowing time on the imaginary tree. To put it simply, the present time. This might sound abstract, so I plan to answer your question in another perspective. I'd be very yawny. Human civilizations give rise to Honkai inevitably, and everyone at Shixel knows that. But what if we put ourselves in the shoes of the will of Honkai? For it, Hershers represent the ultimate freedom, whereas our civilization is the cage that imprisons it. From this angle, it's not Honkai was born with civilization, rather, civilization is a way of solidifying Honkai. So the price to pay is Honkai naturally stored in our civilization as a whole. In the past, it was a source of power for Hershers, but now, we can also use it to re-navigate the world. To succeed, what will become of the present time and the world we're in right now? We're going beyond Colston. Colston will be erased. Small Town will be the epitaph to the world we once lived. In return, we'll be... Why am I so yawny? In return, we'll be exempt from the more unbearable sacrifices humanity has to sustain in the war against Honkai. You mean outside the town? Everything that has ever existed in the past 500 years will be gone. This is the price to pay. For the plan with the highest success rate, which I intend to follow through. This is crazy. You don't like Project Stigma, but you're gonna make the world suffer even more than its potential damage? You're practically trying to murder every human in the world, Overseer. That's right. But humanity will remain. What's the point of that anyhow? The humanity we protect is the sum of every breathing soul, instead of a vacant concept. You're wrong, Durandal. It's exactly a breathing soul that I intend to save from the vacant concept of humanity. You know her name. Bro, you have a problem. I finally brought her up, Overseer. Yeah. All this circling around, we're back where we started. Khan Kazlana shouldn't have died the tragic death we know. It's a grave sin committed by humanity collectively. That's no reason to murder everyone in the world, not to mention it's a bygone time only you can remember. Every normal human being has exactly the same thought as yours. So, as a representative of all the normal human beings out there, I offer you a choice, Durandal. Kill me and my plan with it. The man standing before you is but a creature of sins and desires. He knows what's right, but he spits on it. He craves wisdom, but only to fulfill his personal wishes. He appreciates beauty, but only to deny anything foul. He believes the world is full of unworthy people who are insults to the value of his life. Only when his life is put to an end, auto apocalypse can finally look up to the clear sky and enjoy the divine moment. Nice speech for a villain, but Overseer, your explanation brings me more confusion than clarity. Instead of honest truth, all I heard was sophistry. 5 years ago, I saw a true destroyer of worlds in the Sea of Quanta. But your mental state seems drastically different. Maybe I've kept something from you, but does that really matter now? Yes, it does. The past few years, you've treated me well. That's why I have to know your real intention now. Is that so? The way I see it, the only thing you need to know is, if you don't stop me, I'd murder everyone in the world for sure.
Why did he get so tall? I didn't realize he was that tall. Fucking freak. Stab. Yeah, but Sushang's not that tall. Sir, I would like you to just die. Looks a little silly. Oh my god, he's got box. Oh my god, see, this is why we're doing this on easy mode, because I'm bad at this game. I cannot see. What? Where am I? Camera angle, please! Game, please. I would like... It's like, oh, jump up here, okay. But like, I can't. When you won't let me. Yeah, I know he's gonna do that, game. Oh my god. Could they not hide him behind the pillar? It's really bad. Oh my god, I hate the targeting in this game. Like, I don't... It's like, oh, I need to attack the pillar, but the game won't actually let me attack the pillar? Like, it's very annoying. I'm sure it would. Like, it's not actually letting me attack the tower. It literally is like, no, you have to be targeting auto. I literally teleported through it, like... I don't like the targeting in this game. That's a major issue I've had. Like, no, I want to attack the thing that I need to attack. Ow. Why would you not play on easy mode? Well, it sounds like you made a poor choice, doesn't it? Well, I'm sorry, but I have complaints about the game's targeting system that makes certain combat encounters very annoying. So I'm going to play in easy mode. That's enough, Overseer. Just tell me what you're up to. Sit down with Teresa before it's too late. Like I said, you should set your mind on killing me instead of hesitating. Maybe true for Kiana or someone else you've heard, but I want to know the truth more than anything else. I see. Alright, I'm keeping something from all of you. And unfortunately, I can't tell you right now.
And Bianca, thanks to our fierce fight, I've successfully distracted you and finished my transcendence. Overseer, you... It's too late for anything now, Bianca Atagina. Genius Plus, execute coordinate switch. The gate to the imaginary space is open. In the name of the god, remove this chess piece from the board now. Board for now. Yes, back to the present, I get it. Kiana breached the heavy defense, found auto apocalypse again. Yeah, why did you put me into a loading screen for that shit? Oh, my second guest came right on time. Auto, and that's... a piss flower? My first guest left it here. Now she's taking a break in the imaginary space. I hope this doesn't upset you. What? This church will soon be the ground zero of world relocation. For your own safety, I suggest you stay away from Abyss Flower. Yeah, but it loaded me in and then reloaded. You think I'd just stand idle? Oh, I smell trouble. I'm just trying to avoid any meaningless fight. Because the bounty from the imaginary tree is beginning to show. Watch out! I do no damage, oh no! Oh no, he's hurting me. It's not over yet. Be quiet for a while, Herrscher Blinstein. I'll take over the god's powers one by one. Present you in 12 hours. Pristine world full of wonders. Don't try to run! Kiana's Herrscher instinct told her this might be the last chance to stop Otto. Blazing starfire began to flow through her body. 3 steps, Otto's back was flickering in the glow, but she knew where her target was. 2 steps. Otto's sarcastic laughter was still echoing as she readied her final hit. 1 step. This is wrong. This odd feeling. The light curtain is dangerous. Oh, my power's draining away fast. That light curtain. Calm down, Kiana. Put yourself together and resume the Flintstein Greatsword first. Unsheath. Watcha. Kiana felt her head went blank for a second. In her body, the Herrscher power was still there. The blade swing felt normal too. But her weapon just vanished in the air and couldn't be summoned back again anyhow. Why my strength cannot recover? Not under the Herrscher Dominus' influence at all. What did Otto do? Kiana had every right to be confused. For she was just getting her first taste of another Herrscher power. Binding. That's right. Come and try to stop me, Durandal, Kiana, and Teresa. I'll consider this as your farewell performance for me. Otto looked at the lights enveloping the church, and they emitted a sacred shine like stairs leading to the heavens. Meanwhile, outside the church, I can feel my power, but I can't use it. As her greatsword was broken, Kiana could only watch Otto leisurely merge into the strange light curtain. But when she tried to follow him into the light curtain, she felt her hair stand on end, as if every cell in her body was stopping her. What is this light curtain? Something's off. Kiana. Bronya.
Pet food. Cool. How many of these? No. Nope. It's a Bronya.
Kiana, are you alright? I'm okay, but I failed to stop Otto. We were fighting, this light curtain popped up and cut me off from him. He's on the other side of it now. What? Lily, are you alright? This is not the time to be nodding off. Huh? Why am I all so sleepy all of a sudden? Rosa? Lily? The closer I get here, the heavier my body feels. Similar to when my power was taken away by the puppet, but it's not the same. Hello? Are the comms working? Can anybody hear me? Principal, this is Kiana. Comms are working normally, and I just met Bronya and the others in front of the church. Yeah, you guys are alright. The comm signal has been unstable since we started some time ago. I was worried that you've become unreachable like Mr. Yang. In the Hyperion, the doctors and I saw a huge light curtain appear in the direction of the church. Its energy parameters were very abnormal. Did you find anything at the scene? The light curtain could be some kind of measure Otto adopted to keep us out. He entered the church alone after it went up. Oh, you meant Otto. Yes, when the light curtain appeared, it said something about the gift from the imaginary tree and the power of God. By the way, when I arrived, he was holding the abyss flower in his hand. Said that it was left by the first guest. Abyss flower? The first guest? Did he mean Durandal?
Who else would he mean?
Isn't she Otto's subordinate?
Are they fighting?
I don't know. Anyway, everyone is isolated by the light curtain outside the church. The abyss flower is right in front of us. Also, the strange thing is, this light curtain seems to be consuming and restricting Harsha's ability. Madam Teresa, what do you think? There's no doubt. All the evidence suggests the light curtain is very likely the manifestation of the power of the Harsha of Binding, just like the Grace Field. What? Harsha of Binding? Are you saying that Harsha of Binding is in this small town? Calm down, everyone. We're talking about the Harsha of Binding's power. Yes, we've not detected any signs of a new Harsha core. Even the simulated Oath of Judah is unable to generate such a massive field. Mind with what Otto said, it's more likely some kind of power from the imaginary tree. In any case, the situation is dire. To find a way to deal with the light curtain as soon as possible. We need to go in there and teach that Otto a lesson. Kiana, Bronya, take everyone back to the safe zone first. We'll discuss the light curtain with the doctors. Remember, never get close to the light curtain. If it really is the power of binding, it could have irreversible effects on your body. Yeah, good idea. Okay, so we're going to take a little break, and then we will continue. Wait, BRB. Womp womp. We shall retreat and reorganize. Meanwhile, in the Hyperion Command Center... It really sets me off, that jerk. Why can't he play fair? What's he doing hiding at a church, huh? Calm down, Dr. Tesla. Complaining won't solve anything. Besides, we still have some tricks up our sleeve. Huh? Have an idea, Mophead? Tell me, now. Maybe we can try to break that light curtain with Celine. Celine? But isn't that the weapon we used against the Hersher? Celine's effective because it can convert the Honkai energy in our Hersher's body into a regular energy. Its attack isn't part of Honkai. As long as we supply it with additional Honkai energy, it could be used as a laser with amazing power. Using Hersher power or even regular Honkai energy against the power of binding is like bringing a knife to a gunfight. Now, if we're using conventional energy weapons, we don't have to worry about that. Push full steam ahead with an attack. Shoot, I knew I should have brought along all the silver bullets. And then you'd have to take the innocent bystanders into account. One thing is certain, no matter how the light curtain acquired the power of binding, it must have some kind of operating mechanism to dissipate the energy. Every operating mechanism functions within a threshold. The power of binding naturally can dissolve regular energy as well. That is not its primary target. So our output will more likely exceed that threshold. Like a battering ram against a stone. It's a matter of brute force. Indeed. But what if Celine's power can't reach the threshold of the light curtain? We'll have to find another way. That is to say, to be on the safe side, we should use all the stored energy on the Hyperion and hope for the best. On the other hand, if Celine outputs at maximum power, once we fail, lose all of the Hyperion's combat power. Indeed, Oda doesn't seem too bothered. Might have a backup. Either way, the plan is good enough. I'll inform Kiana and the others first. I'll leave the power setting of Celine and any other preparations to you, doctors. No problem. Let's play rock, paper, scissors for it. A few minutes later. Kiana, Bronya, can you hear me? Loud and clear, Principal. What are the instructions? The doctors and I will try to use Celine to deal with the light curtain in front of the church. You lead everyone away, somewhere out of reach, as soon as possible. At that time, if our plan is successful, you'll be able to enter the light curtain once it's safe, then find Otto. I'll catch up with you shortly after. Celine? Kiana, the doctors will explain later. For now, let's follow the Principal's plan. Yeah, you're right. We need to hurry things up. Front line is in position. Dr. Tesla, how are things on your side? Testing firepower at 20% according to Einstein's plan. Celine is ready to be activated. Okay, Kiana, have you retreated into position? We've gone to a safe location. Copy. Dr. Tessa, we're good to go. Roger. Hyperion shipborne anti-Hersher arm, main gun, Celine, activate. Celine unfolded, the Hyperion began to make the sound of focusing energy, like thousands of turbines turning at the same time. System control, ready. Alpha control, ready. Orbit control, ready. Target locked. Sensing range corrections. Correction complete. Is it though? Button. Beam of white light struck the light curtain. The loud bang, a clear hole appeared. Great, we did it! Kiana, how are things on your side? No problems here. We can see clearly the hole in the light curtain. Great, and then we'll prepare a more powerful... Wait, Dr. Tessa, something is wrong. What's wrong? Light curtain just instantly repaired itself. What? Repaired? I knew it wouldn't be that easy. That jerk not only put up this annoying barrier, but even found a way to make sure it stayed repaired. Or, this is also part of his power. Lapad, and you, Nagamitsu, were you able to calculate the light curtain's threshold based on that test shot? Oh, Santos was longer than I thought it was going to be. Of course, Dr. Tesla. We have good news and bad news. What? Quit beating around the bush. Just tell us. The good news is that Celine's attack worked, and we were able to get an exact energy threshold reading. Bad news is that the threshold is so high that even with all the Hyperion's remaining energy, we still wouldn't be able to completely destroy the light curtain. And if the light curtain is not completely destroyed, it will regenerate itself, just as Kiana saw it. What? Thought we were able to breach it with just 20% of the energy. And even with 4 times as much energy, we'd only make a bigger hole. It isn't enough to keep up with its self-fixing. Let alone destroy it completely. Completely destroy the light curtain, we need to use at least 5 times the amount of the entire Honkai energy stored in the Hyperion, all at the same time. Which is to say nothing about how we're going to concentrate that much energy into the Hyperion at once. The power required by that theoretical value exceeds the maximum power that Selene can fire. In other words, the plan to use Selene isn't really feasible? I'm sorry, I have to admit. Wait, Dr. Einstein. Perhaps everything you said was just good news. What? What are you talking about? You expect us to just conjure up a few more Selenes? Yes, exactly. What? Are you serious? Wait a minute, are you saying... You got it. I say we use the power of Herrscher of Reason to construct an array of Selenes with sufficient power. Huh? What? Is that even possible? Of course it would be difficult. After all, this is something that even Mr. Yang has never done. But it's worth trying. Bronya, have faith in yourself. A few months ago, he's a survivor of the first eruption. At that time, Berlin was in shambles. Shixel found him at the epicenter. That's right, he's the last Welt, the first Herrscher of Reason. And the man beside her shared this story. Bronya noticed he sounded a bit tired. Back then, things like Herrscher of Reason and Welt seemed distant to Bronya. The core wasn't a part of her story yet, nor the figures in her dreams a part of her experience. That was a name that carried a lot of hope, but it was not Bronya's. Bronya, maybe you misunderstood. I've often said that Herrscher of Reason represents more than just a power. This also means the potential that can be unleashed by Herrscher of Reason is far beyond what I am now able to control. Herrscher of Reason represents a sort of conviction. Conviction that humanity can fight against the Honkai, that humanity can rebel against the gods. The reason why the first Herrscher of Reason chose to fight for humanity is because he retained his consciousness as a human, taking on the thoughts of 300,000 people in the core. The thoughts of 300,000 people must have been a huge burden on his mind. Maybe. That's what a real Herrscher of Reason would do. We've never forgotten that we are human. We have always carried humanity's pain with us and fought against its enemies. It represents the history that human beings have gone through. This power comes from human civilization. Now it's in your hands, Bronya. It's something so heavy that even I can't use the full power of Herrscher. Yet so light, sleeping peaceful in your body at this moment, not causing any rejection. Of course, I'm not forcing you to accept anything. I'm just explaining to you the history of Herrscher of Reason, those figures in your dream. After all, I believe you can do better than me, Bronya. Your Honkai adaptability is stronger than mine, and you have more combat experience and skills than I did when I first became Herrscher of Reason. The only time I successfully merged with the minds of those 300,000 people was when I rebuilt my last body after the second eruption. You built your body? It's the last body? That time, I thought it wasn't possible either. How can someone fully understand the structure and stature and state of every cell in the human body? But when I faced the 300,000 people in the core, determined to recover my body, to continue my fight for humanity, Core's power helps me. 300,000 thoughts poured into me all at once, squeezing and tearing at each other. They almost shattered my very consciousness. But in the end, I succeeded in restoring my human body from nothing. That was the only time I fully unlocked the power of Herrscher of Reason. The burden of the spiritual harmony was so great that when I tried to reshape my body again in the Sea of Quanta, fought back against Coven. The core itself stopped me from doing the same thing twice. Well, I managed to recover at just the right moment by reading the constructions memory. I know this body is adapted to Hersher's core, as you can see. But I believe your situation is completely different, Bronya. Not only because you have far more talent than me, but also because you have the same light in your eyes, as Belt Joyce once had. I never met him, but I promise you both are very alike. Bronya, maybe we should consider other plans. Don't worry, Principal. I know what I'm doing. Will you really be alright? Don't be silly. Haven't you done something similar? If you've done it, why can't I? Okay, I trust you, Bronya. I understand. Bronya, I'll leave it to you. We'll charge Selene on the Hyperion for the second and last time, and we'll attack on your command. After all, we have to do this. Everyone with anti-entropy must be worthy of believing in the Hersher of Reason. I see. Hiana, Sila, Rosa, and Lily, please cover Bronya's back. There's a lot going on with this construction. Don't interrupt me for any reason. Got it. Leave it to Sila. I believe in you all. Like before, whether we're completely activating the Hersher core or using Selene, a large amount of Honkai energy is needed. I will give instructions to everyone in turn. I hope you can lend me as much power as possible. Understood. Understood. Lily, what are the others talking about? I don't understand. What is Selene in construction? Lily is not sure. Short, I need to protect Bronya. Oh, I get it. Then, off to battle.
It's time to kill shit.
Where'd the other one go? There it is. Share strength. Yeah. Bro, there's tentacles. Fuck. Don't worry, Sila will protect her girlfriend. You can do it, Bronya. Yeah. I have never played as Rosa. What the? Wow. Uno más. Aw, they're so precious. Hersher of Reason core energy 100%. As the core of Hersher of Reason is gradually filled with external energy, Bronya began to feel that her spirit was sinking into the depths of the core. She knew that as long as she stayed in this state, she'd be able to sense that place. Bronya was here again, in this dreamland full of scorched earth. This time, she already knew who the figure was in front of her. He was the first Hersher of Reason, the hero who saved New York, and once made the tyrant above watch the stars crumble. His name was Welt Joyce. Their name was Welt Joyce. The thoughts of 300,000 people, I now see. Bronya noticed that those who were walking on this scorched earth were both shadows and not shadows, both fragments and not fragments. It was the thoughts of 300,000 people that formed this unique core. It was this unique core that allowed the thoughts of 300,000 people to be passed on to this day. Not one of them was Hersher of Reason, and yet all of them were Hersher of Reason. Involuntarily, Bronya approached the leading man step by step. A kid like us, another Honkai victim. Is she the next? Yeah! Countless thoughts whispered in her ear with every step she took. Bronya knew that the core itself was questioning her, checking whether she was really qualified to be next in line. Finally, she stood in front of him. It was the first time she faced him in the core at such a close distance. That sovereign must have faced him like this before. What was in Walt Yang's mind at the time? Before that, and he was here, treading this scorched earth, what was in his mind then? The warrior to take on Honkai. At so young an age, she's just a baby. The thoughts were still whispering. Bronya's attention returned to him. She sensed the tenderness in his eyes and the stubbornness beneath that tenderness. She finally realized something. The legendary hero was just an ordinary boy. She had seen that sort of ordinary many times before in Sela, and she understood better than anyone else that it was this ordinary that gave Sela her unparalleled tenderness and strength. This time, she felt that she finally understood the meaning of his name, Welt. I know you're in doubt, and I know why. Yes, Bronya once refused to inherit the name of Welt, thinking that she was unable to take on the responsibility of protecting the world. But now I have come to understand. The so-called world is not a cold concept, nor a world that only exists in slogans. Everyone builds their own unique world. These worlds will merge with the worlds of those around them, to create an even larger one. The world represented by Belt is the result of repeating this process tens of billions of times. No one has ever been able to take on the responsibility of protecting the world. But everyone can have the desire to protect the world. The desire to protect the people we want to protect. The desire to open up the future we want to go to. The desire to compromise, struggle, let go, or insist. These complex human natures are in everyone's heart. And when we blend together, all of us will get the proof of why we are human. Health is just a name. Bronya is just an ordinary human being. Whether I inherit that name or not, Bronya will continue on the path that has been opened up by her predecessors. No matter how much strength she has, Bronya will use it to protect the world where everyone lives. Bronya will always choose to become Harsher of Reason as a human, and as a small cornerstone protecting the world. The gentle but determined boy didn't speak. He just quietly watched Bronya and listened to her speak her heart. His eyes were saying, "We knew from the beginning that you would get to this point."
Yeah, because Bronya's cool.
以前は怖がっていたよ。でも彼女は内心の恐怖に打ち勝った。もしかしたら彼女は本当に人の新しい希望になるのかも。少なくとも彼女は新たな断りの律者にふさわしい。彼女の意志は今強固で成熟しているわ。じゃあ俺たちはできる限り彼女を助けるべきだ。崩壊に屈せず神に頭を垂れない。これが私たちの思想よ。いや、これ以上は言わなくてもいい。彼女はもう覚悟ができている。はい。
Yes, Bronya is ready now. The 300,000 thoughts. Bronya is ready to bear them all. Spiritual harmony begin. In an instant, countless soul fragments poured into Bronya's consciousness. These souls had traveled different paths, hesitated at different points. But they finally made the same decision as Bronya. They decided to protect this world that belongs to human beings. It was this decision that made their fate and Bronya's fate intertwined at this moment. The thoughts of 300,000 people poured into her along with their traits. Some of them were determined, some brave, some cautious, others immature. Bronya also felt the power that her companions had given her before. Rosette and Lily's power was as lively and mischievous as the waves. It felt immature, but reliable. Sela's power was easy to identify. It was as blue and clear as the sky, both gentle and tolerant at the same time. Kiana's strength was as warm as the sun, yet illuminating the way forward like the moon. She had always led everyone like this. There were also thousands of thoughts and thousands of ideas, which overwhelmed Bronya's spirit and tore at her soul. Words flashed across her mind. Human, Harsher, Honkai, civilization. Peace, war, violence, warmth. The spiritual pain didn't last as long as she had expected. She gradually grasped the waves of thoughts, learning to stay afloat as though she were surfing them. She understood that it was the precipitation of these millions of beliefs, the deposition of these millions of years, now gathered into a fervent and pure conviction. Humanity will change the world according to its own will. The power of the Harsher of Reason rapidly spread to the other side of the singularity at a speed that Bronya couldn't fathom, even if it was a weapon that she had only looked at a few times, even if it was a device whose principles were not fully understood. The complete power of Harsher didn't care about these, as long as the target was within the reach of mortals. Any miracle that civilization could achieve, anything height civilization could achieve. Her share of reason could make it reappear in an instant. One person's strength might not be enough. Even the thoughts of 300,000 might not be enough. But at this moment, Bronya was the real Herrscher of Reason. Representing human civilization, Bronya would challenge Honkai. Celine, 6 times power, constructing.
Oh, the song cut out really fast. A loud noise shook the earth. Under the combined impact of the 2 kinds of energy from Herrscher of Reason and the Hyperion, the light curtain shattered in an instant with no sign of recovery. We did it! Bronya! She's probably very tired. She is very tired. Quickly, you must save your girlfriend.
Bronya!
But Bronya lost consciousness. She created Celine out of thin air. After doing what no other Herrscher of Reason had done, she was completely exhausted. Sela felt Bronya's breath weaken in her arms, as if her soul could fade away at any time.
Bronya! Bronya! Bronya, hold on! What should we do? Is Bronya going to die? Don't say that, Rosa! Is there anything we can do? Wait, Sela, leave her to me. Isn't there something nearby that could save Bronya's life? Huh? That's the Abyss Flower. But other issues aside, we don't know how to use it at all.
It's okay, Sela. Trust me.
You sure? You can control it? Somehow, I feel familiar with this weapon. Maybe my power resonates with it somehow. I think maybe I've known how to use it all along. I see. But allow me to do it with you.
Is this really the time for that?
No, I mean, I can feel that. Are you trying to show off?
Huh?
Even if you do know how to use its power, you don't know how to properly wield it yet. You don't know if your strength alone is enough to save Bronya. Please, let me help. Let's save Bronya together.
Alright. Listen, I'll try to draw out the unique power of this weapon. You need to follow me and feel that power, then lead it to Bronya.
No problem. I'll try my best.
Okay, I'm going to start. The girl closed her eyes and followed the guidance of the other voice in her heart. She felt Bronya's vitality in her arms and noticed a strange but familiar power nearby. She weaved her power into a thread that connects the two.
Please, it has to work. Did it work? Bronya! Sela?
Bronya lost consciousness once again, but Sela sensed that it was just drowsiness caused by excessive fatigue.
I'm so glad. Bronya, you're alright. Thank you, Sela.
Sela? The girl couldn't hear her own inner answer for a long time. Hello, Kitty. Are you gonna go upstairs?
Mother Me? Are you alright? Mother Me?
You're being annoying. Fine.
Oh, you scared me.
Somehow, I'm also tired. This flower consumes life force, right? Anyway, it's not quite as taxing as I had imagined. Still, by the way, you were worried, right?
course, don't scare me like that again. Wait, she admitted it? What should I say now? Hear me, Sela? Alright, I'm your obedient Sela. I'll do whatever you... Huh? Wait, what is that?
Those appear to be gears. And that's the symbol that's on a lot of the imaginary enemies. Yep.
Hey, Mophead, is this a joke? Tell me that's not the thing we saw in the second eruption. Judging from the energy readings and monitoring responses, it is indeed the Grace Field. To be more accurate, the power of binding being used in a way similar to the Grace Field. Kiana, get everyone out of there. If we get hit by that gear, it's all over. We don't know if it's a defense measure triggered by breaking the light curtain or what, but it's rapidly spreading out with the imaginary seed as its core. Sela, Rosa, Lily, can you move? Rosa could barely support her body with her greatsword. I gave all my power to Bronya just now, and I don't have much strength left. Lily's fallen asleep. I can barely carry her on my back. Sela and Bronya... Sela's arms, Bronya is breathing steadily, but she still showed signs of regaining consciousness. No signs. It's okay. I can carry Bronya. What should I do? Everyone looks incapacitated, but the gears aren't slowing down at all. Is there any way to deflect them? Kiana tried to hold the greatsword in her hands, but the power is still out of control. My power still hasn't recovered. Everyone was silent for a while. The twisted gears were rapidly expanding and drawing near. All of a sudden, a roar pierced the air. That's the assault ship on the Hyperion? Teresa, when did you go out? This is good. Now that you're already here, Teresa, let the ground combatants board the assault ship as soon as possible and retreat. No, Doctor. Retreating won't work. Teresa! Bronya and the others have just gone through a fight. Now they're exhausted. Considering the speed those gears are expanding at, I'm afraid it's risky if we retreat from the air. Doctor, do you remember that experiment we did on binding? You mean... You guys have probably thought about it too. If I use the Grace Field to output the same binding power, Kiana and the others will be safe. Wait, Teresa, theoretically it could work, but... Madam Teresa, you should know what the Grace Field means to you as a mantis. I know. I experienced it during the second eruption. Come on, didn't you see that imaginary seed? To match that thing's strength, you'll die! Maybe. When the field is deployed, the ship engine powered by Honkai energy will also stop running. Even we can't remotely control it from the Hyperion. I know. Looks like we can't stop you. Thank you for your understanding, Doctor. The assault ship soared higher towards the Nihilist seed. The radio signal grew weaker until it disappeared. It's so quiet around here, only a monotonous mechanical hum can be heard. 2000, Shixel HQ. Thank you for accompanying us to take Kiana's art photos, Teresa. She likes you very much. The last time I had a good chat with her was a peaceful afternoon. Sitting on the bench, they watched a father and daughter playing together in the distance and chatted for a while. Cecilia, your application to the Far East School program you applied to has been approved. Really? That's great. But be more diligent when you go through the process next time. This time you didn't indicate the priority of the program in the files. Luckily, I happen to be a cautious person. Otherwise, who knows how long they'd have stayed in that stack of files. Thank you, Teresa. I really care about this program a lot. Of course, it's your dream, isn't it? Kiana's growing up every day. If we don't hurry up, she'll be too old for that school. Then help me realize another dream, okay? One last time's proposal. Do you want to be a teacher in my school, Teresa? Forget it. I can't be a teacher. Huh? Why not? I'm not good at dealing with kids. You won't see me as a teacher. Is that so? I think you'll be fine. Kiana likes you. I'd better stay at this HQ. You'll find better teachers, and I have a hunch that your daughter will be a bit more trouble than the other kids. I can't handle her. Thanks for the compliment. It's not a compliment. But maybe she'll be well behaved when she grows up, just like her dad. Siegfried is not well behaved at all. The two kept joking with each other. But Cecilia, why did you rush to build a Valkyrie school? Is that for Kiana? No. To be honest, I'd be glad if she didn't want to be a Valkyrie in the future. To be honest, I've thought about building a school for a long time now. A long time? Well, as you know, I've been training as a Valkyrie since a very young age. I knew almost nothing about the world other than fighting Honkai. Till I met Siegfried. You know what happened when we first met. That time I finally realized we could experience so much more than just fighting. Those experiences became a new driving force for my Valkyrie career. That's the reason why I want to create a different branch. I want to give those students something I almost missed. A room with privacy, a beautiful garden, a delicious school cafeteria. Lessons, activities, friends who you can skip school with together. I want them to experience the world freely as a person before becoming a Valkyrie. I see. Well, are you moved at all? The faculty can also enjoy what I mentioned above. I'm not so simple-minded. Still, a campus full of youth sounds like your style. Oh yes, speaking of youth, the school used to have a big swimming pool. You could build it by the sea or on an island. Everyone could spend summer hanging out. They'll play outside and have claw machines, an arcade and an amusement park. I used to enjoy arcades. I wouldn't want to study anymore. You think so? Maybe think about only opening them on weekends. That's more reasonable. I just want them to have their own lives. A life that has nothing to do with their career or responsibilities. A life where they can wholeheartedly make themselves happy. Even as Valkyries, I want them to see things for themselves, experience the world at their own pace. I hope that one day they'll be able to decide their own destiny and choose what they want to protect. I hope they'll have beautiful memories in mind when they cry out, fight for all that's beautiful in the world. I hope they truly understand what that means. And what we need to do is be witness to and protect them all. Yes, you're right. Teresa, it's okay if you don't want to be a teacher. Why bring that up again? I hope that once in a while you'll come by to see Kiana and her classmates at school. I'm sure you'll be in for his prize. And I'll be looking forward to it. Speaking of which, for a unique school like this, it may not be appropriate to call it Far East School. Why not consider using another name? You're right. What should we call it? Well, we need to think about that. How about Saint Freya? Stands for youth. It's just like you said, Cecilia. The students of Saint Freya have grown so much. I can't even believe it. They can now decide their own destiny, choose what they want to protect, and they'll never stop going forward. Even if they're far apart from each other. Although students of Saint Freya do cause all sorts of trouble. But you're right, Cecilia. This is the future that is different from ours. This is the future we fought to protect. Teresa took a deep breath. Judah, my old friend, you've always been all-powerful, so please, help me one last time. Oh. It happened in an instant. The divine key hit the imaginary seed accurately. The chain reaction made all the gears covering the sky lose their power. They broke, dissipated, and collapsed. The power of binding had no effect. Otto's church was no longer guarded by any barriers. Teresa Apocalypse had achieved the expected victory and paid the expected price. What happened? Did it work? The imaginary seed was broken, and the gears in the sky were fading away. Go away, little bug. The power of binding was gone. Wonderful. Her vision began to blur, and the sound of wind in her ears gradually faded away. She wanted to speak, but her lips, no, her entire body was numb. Am I falling? She could no longer feel the wind. The gears that grew farther and farther, strands of hair brushing her vision, reminded her of that fact. Hello, Kitty. You're on my footrest. Kiana, Branya. I'm glad that you're all right. What is that? A holy white light shot down from the sky. It didn't feel threatening, but rather reassuring. In Teresa's memory, she had only seen such a holy light in one person. Cecilia. After saying the name in her head, Teresa lost all her strength. She closed her eyes and let herself fall into unconsciousness. And fall. Whoa. Yay! We did it! We defeated chapter 26, I think. Ah, my elbow popped. Kitty. She has decided to sit on my footrest. Explosion. Not right. Let's get the rewards. Those rewards. We got some rewards. We'll be able to do some Gamba before we're done. Kitty. Don't try chewing on the fucking footrest. You better fucking not. No, we're going. Happy game! Ooh, what happened to chapter 27? What happened to chapter 27? Okay. She just sneezed on my leg. Yes, kitty. She has a dust allergy just like me. We can do a couple things. And then you can grab this shit and this shit. And this shit. And this shit. We'll worry about that later. Yes, game, I'm aware. Okay, we can do Gamba. Gamba. I still want some of Alicia's shit, so. Oh, well, that's not so bad. That's the end of stream for today. We will figure out the fuck's going on in chapter 28 next time. This one because I already have Alicia. She's on the starter supply, and this is a better chance for me to get her special stuff. Anyways, I gotta find somebody to raid. Da 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 da. Well, I'll just go raid Hyphy. I never closed your stream, Stola. So I've been my own stream has been up. How weird. There's our sub raid, the sub raid message, and the non-sub raid message. There you go. We'll do more Honkai Impact third story on Wednesday, even though it's almost Tuesday for me. We'll do that. Well, that'll be fun times. We'll take more emotional damage. I hope y'all had a good weekend. I hope y'all had a good Monday, and I hope you guys have a good next couple of days. Discord, Twitter, all that stuff is linked down below. YouTube VODs. My YouTube is also linked down below, and you can find YouTube VODs if you want to go check out my reactions to previous Honkai Impact or Lies of P, or do some Elden Ring. I will see you all on Wednesday. Have a good night, everybody. Goodbye.